Well, good afternoon, Standing Committee and members of the public that are online with us. It's 5 o'clock and time to get to work. So I will call the meeting of the Development and Operation Services Standing Committee to order for July 13th. First of all, our land acknowledgement. Today, we acknowledge that this event is taking place on the traditional territory of the Indigenous peoples of Turtle Island, including the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Ojibwe peoples, and on lands connected with the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818. This is the home of a diverse range of Indigenous peoples whom we recognize as contemporary stewards of the land and vital contributors of our society. And I will ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. And actually, I do have that on hand, moved by Councillor Hamlin and seconded by Mayor Saunderson, that the content of the Development and Operations Services Standing Committee agenda for July 13th, 2020 be adopted as presented. May I have a show of cards from the committee? And that is carried. Thank you. And declarations of pecuniary interest. Are there any this evening? Councillor Hamlin?
Yes, I would like to declare a conflict. The item is 8.3. It's a matter on the consent agenda relating to 70 Adelaide Street in Collingwood. And the reason for my conflict is that my husband acted as a lawyer for one of the parties at the OMB hearing.
Okay, thank you. I think that's Madeline Street.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hamlin. Okay, so moving along then to deputations, and are our deputants online for us now? I don't see anyone as of yet. I was looking for the item 5.1, the Collingwood Cats program.
Yep, I'm here. Sorry, just getting used to this new format.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. And Sonia, welcome.
Thank you very much.
And after a few false starts, we're very much looking forward to your deputation today.
Okay, I'm good to go?
Yes, you are.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak before you this evening. I would like to just provide a little bit of an overview of the Georgian Triangle Humane Society very quickly, and an insight into what is happening with our organization these days. And then I'll specifically move to my request for this evening. For those of you who don't know, the Georgian Triangle Humane Society has been serving this community since 1999. Our specific catchment area is the 5 municipalities: Clearview, Wasaga Beach, Collingwood, Meaford, and the town of Blue Mountains. And as of last year, annually, we help approximately 2,000 pets in our communities. That is through both our intake programs and our outreach programs. So next slide, please. Our mission was revitalized last year. It is to provide, to deliver innovative programs and compassionate services that enhance the lives of pets in need and the people that care for them. Last year, we celebrated our 20th anniversary, and I'd like to take a couple of minutes to highlight the programs that we specifically wanted to draw attention to, that we felt needed to have more awareness from within our community. So next slide, please. Core to our organization is, of course, our team. We have over 300 volunteers now. We employ 18 staff. We have over 2,000 donors that support our work annually. And last year we adopted out 1,300 animals. So an average of about 1,300 adoptions per year of animals that are adopted out into our communities. Next slide, please. The 4 programs as part of our 20th anniversary campaign that we wanted to draw attention towards were our transport programs, our humane education program, our pet retention program, and our programs surrounding lifting access to veterinary services within our community. Our pet retention program has recently been coined our pet support services. And it's primarily focused around ensuring that pet owners that are faced with emergency or crisis are not faced with having to surrender their pet during those times. We have 3 different programs that we specifically focus on. Those are emergency boarding. So last year, we communicated to the community a collaborative partnership between My Friend's House and the GTHS. We know that people that are fleeing domestic violence situations, 56% of the time will not flee those situations if they have a pet in the home. So by providing a more emergency boarding during those times, we're helping to facilitate help for those families and ensure they don't have to give up their pet as well. Also, an emergency boarding will help during times like COVID, where folks are faced with a lack of housing or a temporary emergency situation like having to go into the hospital. We know that for so many people, your pet is what gets you out of bed in the morning. It helps to alleviate loneliness, and it has an incredible amount of health benefits on people. So ensuring that they don't have to give up their pet during that time is critical to this program. We also have emergency medical assistance that we provide, an example of which might be a family that has a dog, a beloved dog that gets out of the house and is hit by a car. We've had several of those cases over the last couple of years. Instead of having to give up the dog because of the veterinary bill, we help to support funding that veterinary bill, sometimes in total, so that the family is able to keep their family pet. And last but not least, a program that is really specifically related to our current situation, our pet pantry program. We now offer home delivery. It's like a pet food bank. It's like a food bank, but for pets. We now offer home delivery for folks that are otherwise not able to feed their pet during this time. We know that people will prioritize food for their pets over nutrition for themselves, so we want to ensure they're not faced with that difficult decision. Our humane education program, I'll talk about it the next slide, but we have a robust transfer program that is ongoing. It's been relatively put on hold during COVID. We are very lucky to live in a community that where there is a high number of adopters, and other communities are not quite as lucky. So we reach out. We believe that a hand out is a hand up, and we partner with many communities across the country in order to facilitate animal transfer where animal population is in many cases at crisis points. And last but not least, we are working to lift access to veterinary care, basic veterinary care, such as spay neuter services, vaccinations, and microchips. And I'll get into that in a couple of minutes. Next slide, please. Our humane education program is quite an extraordinary, groundbreaking program that we should be very proud of. 2 years ago, we received funding from the Ontario Trillium Foundation. It was seed funding back in 2017, and then in 2019 received a Grow grant based on the results of that program. So that's a 3-year program that was launched in 2019. It is led by our coordinator, Karen Marsh, and she works with approximately 2,000 youth per year, both in the classroom and in our after-school program. She knows that when the youth, and she has studied and used a third party to measure the outcome of this program, that the youth that are in this program are building their skills in confidence and empathy, and they are illustrating an increase in their social and emotional skill development as a result of their work through this program. The animals, in other words, by learning how they think, feel, and communicate, are helping them to grow the skills that they need to do better in many cases in school or out in society, often cases getting their first job after being part of this program. Last year, Karen impacted 19 youth through this program, and she measured an 18% increase in the social and emotional skill development of the youth that went through this program. As a note, of course, this has been put on hold since COVID. However, she has transitioned and pivoted quite successfully And as of July 1st, we are now offering a pet sitter online course that can be facilitated at home, earns the youth a certificate from which they can then go out and look to earn an income in their community. Next slide, please. Last year, we were able to redesign a section of our animal center and open an animal hospital. It's about 800 square feet, so it's quite small, but it's mighty. We were able to hire a director of medicine and an RVT and a team of volunteers to work with us. It was opened in April 2019, and it started with conducting surgery to our own animals. I believe the number was about 800 surgeries went through the center last year. Now I believe the number is upwards of 1,400 surgeries that they have completed to date, which is extraordinary. But now we have pivoted our operations to be able to offer those services to financially limited pet owners. So what we noticed during COVID was, for those of you who are not aware, all of the spay neuter low cost veterinary clinics across the province closed as a result of not being able to conduct surgery. So when that happens, the need and demand for surgery, of course, increased exponentially. And the calls that were coming in were quite desperate. Once we entered into phase 2 within the province, we were able to pivot our operations, and now we are closed every Thursday. The animal center is closed. We don't conduct adoptions, or we're not open for retail, but we are open to the public, and we take 17 bookings per day, per week, providing low-cost spay neuter services to financially limited pet owners. In addition to this, we are also offering free spay neuter surgeries to community cats, which is quite a new initiative. Several years ago, when I was speaking before council, I was talking about how we were managing a feral, and that's another word for community cat overpopulation crisis. And now we have quite a good handle on that. We have about 200 community cats that come through our hospital annually, and the folks that bring them to us do not pay a fee. It is generously being funded by members of our community, which is extraordinary. Next slide, please. Over the past couple of years, before we were able to open our services to the public, we ran mobile spay neuter clinics. We had one at the curling club here in Collingwood. We run them out of the Meaford Fire Hall and at a community center in Wasaga Beach. They have been extraordinary because they bring the service directly to the community, increasing access even further. Prior to COVID, my request, my expectation of this request had been that I was going to ask that we pivot the Community Cats program to sponsor these mobile clinics. But with COVID, we are no longer able to run these clinics due to social distancing. It's quite cramped quarters that you have to be working in. So that's changed my request a little bit, but I just wanted everyone to be aware that these took place and they were quite successful. Next slide, please. Yep, and just this is us on our first day. I believe it was upwards, yeah, we can go to the next one, upwards of 40 pets that were fixed on that day with a great team of folks that worked behind it. In 2013, the town of Collingwood provided seed funding to launch Collingwood Cats, and it was specifically to address an overpopulation problem that the town was facing. And essentially how this works is that pet owners would come to us, cat owners specifically would come to us, they would apply for funding for the program. We would provide them with a certificate at a $75 fee, and they could take the certificate and get it redeemed at any local participating veterinary clinic. Since 2013, we have to date fixed basically 250 cats, which is extraordinary. Now, however, with our change of operations and our resources, we are asking that this annual, I don't want to say gift, but this annual our animal hospital. Our current challenges are that our local it says my internet connection is unstable. Can we all hear me okay? We're good? Okay, great. Current challenges are that our local veterinary clinics are not comfortable with the program because it is a different type of veterinary medicine. Oftentimes the folks that are coming to us have not had any vaccines prior to being seen by our veterinarian, and are often having to drive out of Collingwood to receive the service. So the effectiveness of the program is starting to dwindle. And of course, like I had said previously, we can no longer offer the mobile clinics. So it's now, there's an even greater gap of service. Alternatively, as I previously mentioned, we are now providing a free service to community cats. And we are working to pivot our operations so that the animal hospital can provide spay neuter surgery. Now it can be for cats and dogs this 1 day a week at a very low cost to financially limited pet owners. In addition, we're able to also offer rabies and microchip clinics and or services at the time of spay neuter, which wasn't previously offered as part of community cats. So I tried to break it down here in terms of a comparison. And essentially the bottom line is by supporting the operations of our animal hospital, we're able to increase our ability to offer services to the residents of Collingwood and pet owners. And we're doing it at a much greater rate, which we're quite proud of. So some of the numbers are outlined within that table there. And then the last part of my presentation just moves into our current fundraising event. We have had to, like every other charity in the community, sort of reimagine every aspect of our operations and our fundraising. So therefore, our Walkathon this year, instead of being an on-site event, is a virtual event. And we have been grateful in the past couple of years to receive a sponsorship from the town of Collingwood. In the next slide, it outlines why this has been a great opportunity for community engagement. Because by having a booth set up at this on-site event, you're really able to engage with pet owners and talk about responsible pet ownership, the bylaw here in town, sell dog tags, and engage with pet owners as part of the community. This year, it is the potential for an on-site event is ever evolving, as I'm sure you are all aware. We are potentially thinking of something small at our original location, depending on how things unfold. But right now, it is a virtual event, and we are asking if the town would consider becoming an annual sponsor of this annual fundraiser of ours. This year, we couldn't promise that there might be an on-site component, but it would be we would be very grateful for the support, especially during this time. But in future years, I think it would be a great opportunity, like I had said before, to engage with pet owners in our community. And I think that's it. Lots of cute kittens.
Thank you very much, Sonia.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, I had actually no idea how much veterinary service that you were providing to the community. So kudos on what must be a shoestring budget.
Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments from members of our gallery tonight? Okay, then, seeing none. Standing committee, would you have any questions or comments for Sonia? Yes, Councillor Hamlin.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for the good work you do in our community. Thank you
so much. Thanks.
Great. Okay, so we actually have a motion prepared, and this is moved by Mayor Saunderson and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hull, that the Georgian Triangle Humane Society sponsorship request in the amount of $1,000 for their annual walkathon be forwarded to council for consideration. So I will call the vote on that. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All the very best. We'll look forward to hearing more.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a great evening.
You too. And we have a second deputation this evening, the Maple Street Quiet Pilot Project. And this is being presented by Murray Knowles, who is the chair of the Trails and Active Transportation Advisory Committee. Do we have Murray online?
It's Murray and it's Justin Jones here.
Okay, terrific.
You get a 2-for-1.
Tag team.
Both of us.
One of the
Excellent.
advantages of being the chair is you have an opportunity to delegate things to the vice chair. So that's what I'm going to do this evening. And I'm going to delegate this presentation over to Justin to talk about our quiet street proposal for Maple Street.
Very good. Look forward to it. Okay, move forward then, Justin.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Chair Doherty. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Deputy Mayor and members of council, members of committee. Thank you for having us here. So we wanted to talk to you today about something that the Trails and Active Transportation Advisory Committee has been discussing since our inception, I can say that now, which is the idea of transforming Maple Street into a bicycle priority street and turning it into Collingwood's first quiet street. Next slide, please. So for context, Maple Street in the 2019 Cycling Master Plan is identified as a bicycle priority street. The estimated costs of that project come in at $1.831 million. We're really not entirely sure as an Active Transportation Advisory Committee where those costs are coming from. And we think that if those costs involve widening that street, if they involve trying to add additional asphalt to add bike lanes or types of physical changes, that's not necessarily the kind of context-sensitive solution that respects what that street is and what it could become. And we feel that the reprioritization of that street would be much cheaper and also much more effective. I encourage members of the committee to review this, the video. I'm not going to show it just in the interest of time, but it's a video of what has been done in terms of slow streets and bicycle priority streets called neighborhood greenways all across North America, with a specific focus on Portland, Oregon, who's really been leaders in North America in this movement. So I encourage you to take a look and see what a slow street looks like, what it looks like when a neighborhood residential street is prioritized for the movement of people walking, people cycling, and the people who live there. This dovetails nicely with Councillor Hamlin's idea for play streets and the movement that's happening here in Collingwood. Next slide, please. The overall goal for the Maple Street Bicycle Priority Street project is safety and comfort for people walking and on bikes. It would provide a direct, uninterrupted north-south route through town with minimal traffic interruptions for quieter, safer riding and a quieter, safer pedestrian experience. It would be a much more pleasant experience for the people who live on Maple Street. Fewer people speeding past their homes. All on-street parking and access to their home would be maintained. And you would see a reduction of cut-through traffic. Currently, the traffic volume estimates are about 1,000 to 1,100 vehicles per day. Ideal volumes as designed through the North American City Transportation Official Design Guide, NACDO, for all ages and abilities cycling infrastructure would be 500 vehicles per day, which we feel would be very easily achieved through a low-cost effort of diversion and traffic calming along Maple Street. This is a low-cost solution that maintains all access to parking for the people who live there and full access for emergency services along that corridor. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about the design elements and what this would look like. So we're going to start from the south, right at where Maple Street kind of starts in earnest, and we're going to head north. Next slide, please. So starting at Campbell Street, the first element that we would talk about here would be traffic diversion. So this would involve a restriction on northbound turning movements or through movements coming from the Maple Street kind of cul-de-sac there. So what that would look like in practice would be probably 2 of the water-filled barricades that the town of Collingwood currently owns that are not being deployed. And those would prevent people from driving north along that corridor. Importantly, this would be what we would call kind of a soft closure. So it would still allow emergency services vehicles that needed to drive north. It would still permit them to go around those barricades and go through. Next slide, please. So this is just kind of a picture from a city in Arizona. This is in Tucson. And this just highlights, if you look on the left side of your screen, the little do not enter there. That's more of a permanent build out. Obviously, that's a cast in place concrete solution. But what that does is shows what we call kind of a semi-permeable membrane when it comes to transportation. So we're always talking about masks right now, and how masks, they don't filter out the air you breathe out, but they do filter out the larger particles that you breathe out. And that's kind of what these kinds of barriers would do. They would allow people walking and cycling, those smaller particles, to move through them, whereas the larger particles, the cars, would be restricted from making certain types of movements. Next slide, please. So Campbell Street northbound movements would be restricted through the use of those 2 orange barricades, while still providing enough space for a person on a bike to pass through. So I want to just show you what that would look like. Next slide, please. Using my very advanced Photoshop skills here, I've shown a picture. This is not Maple Street. This is my street where I live. And it just highlights how you would kind of set up the 2 barricades. So you've got a little bit of a space in between, enough space for someone walking or cycling to pass through, but obviously not enough space for someone driving. The reason we needed to use 2 barricades on Campbell and Cameron is because the curbs there are fairly soft, and they also would permit vehicles, if they were kind of wanting to like drive over the sidewalk or drive over the grass curb, to cut those corners. So we wanted to add that second barricade to ensure that those kinds of dangerous maneuvers were not made possible, endangering people who were potentially standing on those corners. Next slide, please. So same style of movement restriction at Cameron Street, restricting northbound movement, which would be of benefit there in terms of trying to simplify some of the movement that's going to happen when school is back in. So another northbound restriction there. We have confirmed that this does not conflict with any school bus routes, and we've also made some changes to the proposal that we had originally thought of to account for the transit vehicles in the city as well. Next slide, please. So continuing heading north, obviously Fair Street isn't really it's an intersection that doesn't really have a lot of movement, so we wouldn't envision any control along there. We would have what we would call soft control, which would use barrel pylons at 9th. And then at 8th and 7th, we would be able to get away with 1 barricade at each intersection, 1 blocking northbound traffic at 8th and 1 blocking southbound traffic at 7th, just to restrict the vehicles passing through. So I want to show you what the soft control would look like at 9th. So next slide, please. And this is how the city of Toronto is doing their quiet streets currently. So they're using 3 of the barrel pylons with signs that indicate that it's a shared space, that it's local traffic only, indicating to people driving that cars are to be treated as guests on this street. This is a street that is almost entirely residential. It's a street that should be serving the people who live there as a public space rather than as something that they are afraid to have their children play near. Next slide, please. So at the intersection of 6th, obviously with a 4-way traffic stop crossing and arterial road, we don't want to introduce any kind of measures here. So we would leave the intersection of 6th Street as a 4-way stop controlled intersection. Next slide, please. At 5th, we do those soft controls again, and that's to accommodate the transit vehicles that do need to navigate heading northbound and heading eastbound on Maple and on 5th for those routes. So we would institute some soft controls there to add that little bit of friction and traffic calming. Next slide, please. And then heading north, we would have what we call right in, right out restrictions to control traffic volumes. And those restrictions would end at 3rd Street, again, to accommodate Collingwood Transit. So let's show you what right in, right out would look like. Next slide, please. So right in, right out would be achieved by setting up kind of 2 barricades in a triangle style shape so that people are forced to turn right. They can't continue straight on through, and they can't make that left-hand turn into to head north or south on Maple Street either. So you would only be able to access Maple Street by turning right onto it. And once you're if you're coming north on Maple, you have to then turn right onto 4th, or turn right onto 4th to head the other way. So it gives you a little bit of additional traffic diversion. But again, when you have those right in, right outs, the throughway there would still permit emergency services vehicles to travel straight through if they needed to, which you know, provides that semi-permeability. We anticipate that a lot of these controls and a lot of these measures are not going to have 100% compliance. We anticipate that people, if they need to, or if they're, you know, in a real hurry, or, you know, we expect that people are going to go around them, but we anticipate that the number of people that are going to do that, from experience from other communities, is going to be extremely low, and that it's going to introduce enough friction on this street to slow traffic, to calm traffic, and to reduce the number of vehicles on there to the point where this becomes an all ages and abilities corridor for people to walk and bike and enjoy the street. Next slide, please. And then where the project would end, at least for now, would be at 3rd Street, again, to accommodate transit. So a right in, right out, heading just at 3rd and on the south side of Maple, and kind of a no direct entry heading south from Maple. So you wouldn't be able to continue straight through if you were coming on Maple heading south. Next slide, please. The demand's already there. If you go down Maple Street, you see slow down signs all up and down that corridor. You know, people are seeing folks speeding up and down their street. They know that it's being used as a cut through by people who want to avoid the arterial road, which is here Ontario, and to avoid the collector road, which is Oak. Maple Street is a residential street. It is time to treat it that way. And it is time to recognize that this infrastructure doesn't need to be expensive to work as a really high quality connection for people walking and cycling. We know that asking people nicely to slow down doesn't really have a lot of impact. We need infrastructure change to design our urban environment to encourage people to drive more slowly and respectfully of the people who live on those corridors. Next slide, please. So to reiterate the goals, safety and comfort of people walking and cycling along that street and people playing along it, a more pleasant experience for the homeowners, a reduction in cut-through traffic, and to deliver on a solution that's identified within the cycling plan at a much lower price tag than the project that is envisioned within that plan. Next slide, please. So what's needed? Well, currently we have 8 water-filled barricades. So that provides most of the physical needs that we need to deliver this at no cost. We would have some bollards, some pylons, right in, right out intersections. We would need 4 additional barricades, which we've been indicated we could rent for a fairly low cost. And the Trails and Active Transportation Committee would work with staff to identify those solutions, and would work with staff to use the map box revenue from the trails maps to ensure that those costs are not borne through general revenue. Next slide, please. The measurements we would need, we would want to make sure that we are collecting data on this, because we would want to do this as a demonstration project to show proof of concept before we move to a full implementation using more permanent solutions. So we'd want to track vehicle speeds and volumes using a series of 2-hour counts at 3 locations before and after installation. We'd want to track cycling and pedestrian volumes, and we'd want to get out and talk to people along the corridor as well, and understand the perceived safety among residents, both in the before and after with this installation. Next slide, please. So what's next? We would like to propose that we create a project page on the Engage Collingwood website, that the Trails and Active Transportation Committee lead distribution of all information along Maple Street, deliver flyers to every single house along Maple Street, and present the project details at Council in July, so that we can implement this as a pilot project through October, and then potentially present permanent solutions that can be considered for the 2021 capital budget. And that is what we have.
Outstanding. Thank you very much, Justin and Murray. I think the thing that impresses me most about this is that the active or the newly formed Trails and Active Transportation Committee has already come forward with such a what's the word, out of the box program for our community. So thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions from members in our online gallery tonight?
Interested that's sitting in the gallery, can you please raise your hand by clicking the raise hand function at the bottom of the screen? And it doesn't look like anyone's interested in speaking to this item.
Standing committee members.
Sorry, I do have one person that's now raised their hand. George Powell would like to speak.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, George.
So George, you'll have to unmute your mic.
One thing that I would ask for is comment on how in the winter you maintain the streets with the blocks at the front. How does the snowplow get through? That's the question.
Well, I guess the answer, if I could take a stab at it, would be, number one, we don't want this pilot project to go into the winter right now, because that's an area that we'd have to take a look at and work with Public Works on to see what can be done to make sure that the road can obviously be adequately maintained in the winter months.
George, does that help?
Not really, but thank you.
If I could take a stab at it through the chair, we would likely be engaging in discussion with Public Works in terms of if there are narrower spaces through the corridor, the places, like I said, the kind of semi-permeable areas. So if there's 5 or 6 foot wide gaps in the infrastructure, like the concrete one that you were shown, that's the more permanent solution. We would probably envision those being cleared if we're able to negotiate that with the Public Works Department with the same equipment that they clear the sidewalks and certain trails with already, so that those would be able to clear those narrow areas, and then the remainder of the road would still be cleared just through the use of normal plows.
George, did that help anymore?
Yes, that's helpful. It's hard to do. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Any other questions from anyone in the gallery? Okay, seeing none.
Appear to be anyone else.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk Dahl. Then I'll turn it over to committee. Any questions or comments from committee? Councillor Jeffrey, and also then Deputy Mayor Hull.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I guess my question is in terms of timing and public input for the residents on the street in terms of the impact on them, that prior to doing the pilot project, it might be wise to do a bit of an education and or notice process with those on Maple Street before we go into a decision at council with the pilot project. Normally, I think we would look for a more robust participation by those being impacted at a meeting like this with a lot of warning ahead. So maybe letters did go out to people on Maple Street that would be impacted by our decision to run this pilot. So I was just interested in the committee members' thoughts on that. Thank you.
I'll turn that back to either Murray or Justin.
Yeah, through you, Councillor Doherty. One of the things that I've been really interested in is the rollout of these slow streets programs across Ontario. So they've been deployed in communities like Toronto, London, Guelph, Kitchener, Waterloo. They've rolled out quite quickly. And in general, what we've seen is that because they are kind of a low impact solution, they have largely been used as the engagement as well. So there's been notification go out in advance of it, but then the engagement really happens once the project is on the ground. Because it can be moved and adjusted so easily, it's a very adaptable, flexible, and it really can respond. It's a highly responsive opportunity for engagement to see what's working, what's not, and adjust it as necessary. So it's been used as an engagement as well. But we would definitely, I think that as a committee, we're flexible in terms of how this gets rolled out. We would like to see it happen this year if it's at all possible. But we respect the fact that we want to make sure that we do this right. We don't want this to turn into something that angers the folks who live along there. And so we recognize the importance of effective communication.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the two deputies, to Justin and Murray. Thank you for your presentation. It was excellent. This might be sort of a mute question because I think I may already know the answer, but we've got CCI to the east of Maple. We've got Cameron to the west of Maple. And I'm just wondering if when you were putting this together, did you have any opportunity to reach out to either school or the administration or the school board, just to give them some notice, but also maybe just to garner support for the particular pilot? And do you foresee any issues? Unfortunately, and I think that this could help to maybe alleviate it, hopefully, if our children go back to school in September. We all know that particularly on Cameron, that becomes, gridlock between the hour of 8 and 9. And I'm just wondering if this would present any challenges, and if so, maybe the food for thought. It's not something that needs to be answered tonight. I'm just curious that that's on the radar.
So we, through the chair, we did reach out to Jen Parker and confirm that there are no school buses that take Maple. Unfortunately, by the time we kind of started talking about this, school was out for the summer, so reaching admin and whatnot does form a challenge. I would suggest that as a community, we need to start thinking very, very carefully about how we want to place, I'm going to try and choose my words carefully here, but we need to be very careful about how we're getting our kids to and from school, because the idea of cohorting is not compatible with full school buses. And so the school buses are not going to run as regular in 2020 and 2021. And if those children switch from school buses to private cars, then the capacity issues that we have around those schools, in particular Cameron Street and CCI, are going to be very, very significant. And what I would propose is that the town examine what has been put out by the Ontario Active School Travel Cohort, which is the idea of looking at school streets, which is the closure of a block or two around those schools from the time of, 8 till 9, so that people can't drop their kids off right at the front door. They have to drop off a block or two away to alleviate the fact that the final 200 meters of a child's trip to school using active modes is the most dangerous part of their trip. And that's because of the traffic congestion in front of those schools. So looking at best practices that are emerging from around North America in terms of school congestion management is going to be really important. And I think that this could be a key component of looking at that. Encouraging more kids to walk or bike to school who would potentially be just on the edge of those bus zones that are maybe not going to be able to get on that bus because of cohorting in the COVID era.
Thank you, Justin. Anything to follow, Deputy Mayor?
No, that was an excellent response, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamlin, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned, Justin, that Maple Street was a priority in our cycling plan. Could you just give us a bit more information about that?
Yeah, so Maple Street was identified as one of the priorities in the town's recently approved cycling plan, primarily because it is one of the only north-south routes through the community on the west side of Huron, Ontario. So we envision this corridor of Maple Street, which then connects through that little trail connection past L'École Huronie. We envision that becoming the north-south spine of active transportation through Collingwood. So from what is it, Newborn? Yeah, Newborn Street.
Newborn, yeah.
So Newborn Street connects through the little trail past L'École Huronie, and then it goes directly up Maple all the way north-south. And we envision this being that all ages and abilities corridor that would provide that same comfort and access to people on the west side as the train trail does on the east. So that's the level of comfort that we are talking about with this kind of facility for people walking and cycling. So that's why it was prioritized in the cycling plan. I don't know exactly where the budget item for the project at 1.8 million in the cycling plan came from. Nowhere in any of the costing estimates that I have seen has that been in line with a conversion to a bicycle priority street, unless they're talking about substantial widening of that corridor, which again, I think is a costly and not context sensitive solution.
Madam Chair, I think this is a great idea. And I can imagine that if this was to be a permanent solution and there were bike lanes and barriers, and we could easily get into $1 million or more. But this solution allows us to have a look-see by use of temporary barriers. And I do think we will find a lot of our children on the roads this fall because parents will not be comfortable with them being in school buses. And this will just provide, a great opportunity for families to be able to get their kids to school more safely. I totally understand the comment that Councillor Jeffrey has made about getting some more input from the residents on Maple, but I did like the answer that was given by Justin about the fact that really in itself, first of all, I think they mentioned there would be a notice going to all the homes on Maple. And if we did it as a pilot project, I forget the words exactly Justin used, but that was in essence it. It would be for a set period of time in my mind, after which we would consult, and I'm sure we'll hear, right away if there's issues, but it's hard to imagine that a homeowner, well, anyway, I guess we'd hear from them. But to me, this would be a bonus to people living on that street, to have the traffic cut in half and to have their own families and so on to be able to walk out the door. So I'm prepared to move that we recommend that council move forward on this project.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlin. Mayor Saunderson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to both Murray and Justin for the presentation today. This is a very interesting and encouraging proposal. But it seems to me, just to pick up on Councillor Jeffrey's comments, a large part of this will be the education for our residents, not just on Maple Street, but across the community, so that they understand the changes. And I'm imagining that the Engage Collingwood platform that you talked about in your presentation, would that be used to get the word out to our residents, the changes that are coming into place once the pilot is put in place, and making sure people understand the new traffic flow?
Through the chair to you, Mr. Mayor, I suspect that a project of this type and this magnitude in the town of Collingwood will generate significant earned media attention. I would be fairly surprised if there wasn't already an email in my inbox about this project, even in the time that we've been speaking. So I suspect that there will be a decent amount of traction for that, but I do suspect that we will want to make sure that we're putting as many of the resources as we can muster out to ensure that people do understand about the traffic changes. So we would want to make sure that we're doing as much as we can as an active transportation advisory committee to get the word out through partnering with the staff resources on the committee and through partnering with the media contacts that we have as a committee as well. So we would really try and work at all angles. In addition to the physical flyering that the committee is committed to, we would distribute through the use of our volunteer efforts. We would distribute flyers to every home and business along Maple Street. And so we're committed to really, we're ready to work to get this out there.
Thank you for that. And if I can, as a supplemental through you, Madam Chair, to CAO Skinner, has there been discussions between the committee and the town about ways that we can collaborate to make sure that this program is got every opportunity for success?
Thank you, and
Dinner?
thank you, Chair, through you to the mayor. Yes, we have a couple of people, a couple of managers from the town, Manager Bellick and Manager Wendy from Parks, who I believe routinely attend the new committee. We do have some, I guess, sober second thoughts that I was going to ask at a very high level that Director Slama talked to. I think we're all somewhat excited by the presentation, and we can see the promise for this type of idea in our community. Certainly when we talk about our vision for Collingwood, and that recently came out in the strategic plan, and the intentions of the active transportation plan and the cycling plan, and how this could leapfrog some of the timing and potentially some of the expenditures we originally thought we'd need to invest. We're very pleased with the work that the committee has done, but just so that we think a little bit like the public servants that we are in looking at ideas from all angles, I would ask if Director Slama could briefly talk through some of the items we would cover.
Thank you. Director Slama, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Yeah, so just in, reviewing this concept with Manager Bellick, when this is brought forward by the committee and by the Active Trails Committee. So, certainly Public Works and Parks Rec and Culture recognize that this concept was a priority item in the cycling master plan. And I think we agree that it really is a really interesting idea and would really enhance the active transportation network in Collingwood. But I do think that there are some items that we do need to consider as we move forward at looking at implementing this idea. So, one thing that we've talked a little about is the communication. And a few councillors have mentioned this, committee members have mentioned this as well. And I think further to, Justin's response for Mayor Saunderson's question, I think that the communication does need to be broad. And certainly if someone that lived on Maple Street, I think I would be in favor of the concept, but I think we need to recognize that we are moving the traffic and we are going to be moving it onto other streets, and we should provide that opportunity to inform the residents of that change or provide an opportunity to comment on it. Justin and the committee have mentioned the need to maintain access for emergency services, and I think we need to be sure that there's sufficient time for emergency services to be able to provide those comments. as well as our own public works team, and considering how we can maintain and operate this pilot. And certainly, you know, we're talking about a pilot, but the intention is to one day move ahead with some, you know, permanent changes, right? If assuming that this pilot would be successful. And I think when we look at that aspect, there are, you know, some things we do need to look at. Like we do need to have some concrete numbers on, you know, on traffic movements. What are the traffic numbers at these intersections? How are changing the movements? What's that going to do to the other streets? If we're putting anything permanent, you know, how is drainage going to be affected, and what kind of study requirements might be necessary? So I think that it's prudent for us to look at those considerations, or to include those, right, as we think about a pilot. Another thing that Justin mentioned was the data, and I'm pleased to see what has been included, because I think, you know, a true pilot, we need to measure what the active transportation movements are now, and how they change through a pilot. So I'm pleased to see that, and I think it's a good comment to expand that data to the schools. And also, as Justin mentioned, we've got the aspect of the budget and consideration of the budget. So whereas this was a priority in the cycling plan, I think we do need to ask, you know, PRC, where is this project as a priority in their budget? And certainly, yes, we're pleased to see that there are opportunities, and that the budget to implement this project on a full-time basis might not be what was estimated in the cycling master plan. So that's certainly good news. And I think that there are some concepts we can look at. I suspect some of those numbers would be for the harder infrastructure and more significant changes at the intersections, you know, as opposed to just, you know, barrels and barricades. So I think there should be some consideration of that as well. So, you know, currently staff are busy, and it's been an interesting year, 2020. We're working, you know, as committee knows, we're all working hard to move forward all the projects we had planned for 2020, as well as dealing with many of the items that have come up, and alterations that we've had to do, or accommodations we've had to do for COVID. So I think it would be difficult for us to implement this pilot this year, but I just offer these considerations for committee to look at.
Thank you, Director Slama. I see that the committee were actually proposing in their presentation to come back to council with more details by the end of July. So I guess that would be the July 27th meeting of council. Director Slama, and I guess Chair Knowles as well, is there an opportunity to collaborate further so that something a little bit more considered could come forward at July 27th?
Without question. I mean, all the things that Director Slama has mentioned, we were always intending on doing.
Yep.
It's just a matter of the timing. Some of the things with respect to permanent installations, obviously you need to take a look at that. But the way we wanted to start this thing off is on the smallest scale possible, on the cheapest scale possible, to give I'll use the word proof of concept, and then we move forward and we start to get into some of the real details. And we've got all winter to do that, because the intention was to try and get this pilot done, end it before the winter, obviously, and then you're not going to be doing anything until next spring anyway. So you've got a whole bunch of time to take a look at a lot of the details that I know Director Slama would like to have us take a look at.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd also just like to emphasize that this is a relatively new concept in Ontario. the idea of a bicycle priority street, of reconceptualizing how, in particular, a neighborhood street is utilized. But this is not a new concept in North America, and it's one that's growing very quickly in Ontario, in particular, emerging from the pandemic. The design guidance that is coming in terms of the new Ontario Traffic Manual is going to feature a fair bit more on how to implement these types of corridors through neighborhood streets, through traffic diversion and wayfinding signage. And there's also a lot of guidance out there from NACTO, the North American City Transportation Officials guideline on all ages and abilities infrastructure, which features these types of things. So we're not going to be the first municipality to do it. Certainly when we hit the ground in the spring of 2021 with a more detailed proposal, the city of Toronto will have already implemented about 30 kilometers of slow streets on residential corridors. The city of Ottawa currently has about 20 kilometers of them. I know that the city of London is looking at different solutions. We would just be one of the smaller communities doing it. And I think that that lines up nicely with the progressive vision of active transportation that this town of Collingwood has continued to put forward.
Excellent. So just to staff, is it realistic, or is that, I shouldn't say realistic, but is that a good timing just to highlight considerations that that we must keep in mind at the July 27th meeting? I guess I'll address that to CAO Skinner and or to Director Slama.
Okay, I can go first. So I think that, staff can certainly put together, some of our considerations or some of the items that we feel need to be included for council's consideration by the 27th. And I think that, we could meet with members of the committee to discuss some of those items. The two elements that I think that are that I see the real time constraint is in the communications. I guess, maybe committee is suggesting that staff could work with the Active Trails Committee to develop a communication plan based on the comments received, and we could present that as part of some of the information we present on the 27th. I think that in my mind that that would delay the start of the implementation of this pilot, so for some length of time, so that should be recognized, because I think I'm hearing that we would like some more fulsome communication in the community. And then the other aspect is just working through some of the details and literally just an element of staff availability at this time, with it just being with committee seeking a change in 2 weeks. That's all.
Okay. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm just thinking in my mind, I mean, we definitely would like to get a project done this year, but I think that in fairness, this committee was put in place, our Development Operations Committee was put in place to vet these requests. And I don't think we should be sending too much unvetted or untalked about to a council meeting. So I guess I had in my mind if we could get somewhere to be doing a pilot late September, early October, once we know whether schools are in or out, or how that traffic is going to impact the idea, it might be better. So, and then my next question after that is, I'm assuming we aren't going to entertain a motion tonight, or if we are, I need to know, because I'll need to declare a code of conduct conflict.
Okay, I believe, well, we have a motion on the table from Councillor Hamblin. And
I didn't hear, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear a seconder.
No, I didn't ask for a seconder as of yet.
So it's not on the floor. Okay.
No. So Councillor Hamlin based on, oh, I see Deputy Clerk Dahl is asking to speak.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point. There is somebody in the audience that would like to speak to this matter. So I don't know if you want to consider them speaking before council formulates any kind of motion to move forward.
Well, seeing as we are trying to resolve what our next steps should be, I for one would be very happy to hear from someone else from the public.
Okay. Right, so you just have to unmute your microphone to be able to speak. Sorry, I don't see a name attached to it, so. Person's listed as owner in the audience. If you want to speak, just unmute your microphone. Sorry. The person that's in the audience that has their hand raised, are you still wishing to speak? If so, please unmute your microphone. Or you can type your question in the chat function at the bottom as well. There might be some difficulty, so maybe continue with the conversation, and if we can get the person
Thank
going,
you.
then. Okay.
Yep. Perhaps they could address us if it's going to be some delay. Maybe they can address us under other business. Thank you. Councillor Hamlin.
Yes, based on the discussion, I think what I'd like to do is withdraw the motion, have this matter go to our council without any recommendation, and let our staff have a couple of weeks to meet with the presenters, and maybe some of these issues that have been raised can be dealt with by the 27th, and we'll see what comes forward at that point.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlin. That's what I was hoping you would say. Do we need a, Deputy Clerk Dahl, do we need a formal motion based on this conversation to refer to staff for the July 27th meeting?
Yes, I would put a formal motion forward.
Okay. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. I wasn't aware we were going to have a motion tonight. So under our code of conduct, I'm going to declare a conflict of interest for this vote as a family member sits on the Active Transportation Trail and Active Transportation Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. There was no motion contemplated, so that's absolutely not a problem. That being said, Councillor Hamlin, would you then make that motion to refer this presentation to staff and the the Trails and Active Transportation Committee to collaborate and present on July 27th?
I so move.
And is there a seconder for that motion? Deputy Mayor Hall. Okay, all in favor then to refer to staff in preparation for July 27th. All in favor. And that is carried unanimously with Councillor Jeffrey declaring conflict. Mr. Knowles, Chair Knowles.
Yeah, if I could just say one thing before this item gets closed out, and that is the degree in which the Trails and Active Transportation Committee is fairly passionate about making this happen. We think it's a good idea. If you look at the cycling plan, obviously putting bike lanes down every street in Collingwood is not going to be a reasonable solution. So we need to come up with things that are a little different. And obviously this is something that is a little different. So I know that I'll speak personally only for myself, but I think the whole committee is prepared to put whatever energy into this that is required to try and make this happen and move this thing forward as quickly as we can move it forward.
Thank you, Chair Knowles. We know you have a reputation for delivering nothing less. Thank you. Okay, so if that is all for this deputation, then we can move on to staff reports. And the first staff report up is item 6.1, PW 2020-11, Minnesota Storm Sewer Request for Advance Funding. And Director Salama, I expect you'll be taking that one away.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Actually, Manager John Velick will be going over this presentation with the committee this evening.
Very good. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Peggy, and thank you, Chair Doherty. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, great.
Great. So I'll give an overview of our staff report. Next slide, please. So the Minnesota Storm Sewer runs between Huron Street to behind the Adult Learning Center. It runs through the Harbor Edge property underneath the Leisure Time Club and underneath its building, as well as underneath the OPP property and the Adult Learning Center. So staff have broken this project into two phases. Phase one is north of the Friendship Gardens. This is the section of pipe that is in the poorest condition. And section two is south of the Friendship Gardens. Next slide. So this storm sewer drains a very large portion of town, over 200 hectares. So this is a very significant piece of infrastructure to the municipality. Next slide. So here are some examples of the pipe condition. These photos were taken from our video inspection. These are under the phase one lands. So the phase two lands, under the OPP, is in better condition. But this shows the urgent need to fix this pipe. Next slide. So this is a zoom in of phase one. So we had to close the parking lots in the Harbor Edge building and the Leisure Time Club. We've made arrangements for the staff of the Harbor Edge property to park on the west side of Minnesota Street. We've removed the no parking signs from there. And we're also giving them access to the balance of the Leisure Time Club parking lot, as they're not using the facility due to COVID. So phase one is currently under design and should be done by mid-August, and construction complete at the end of November if we receive funding. We currently have a very aggressive timeline with this, so we're hoping to get this done as quickly as possible so to inconvenience the property owners as least as possible. Next slide, please. This is a zoom in of phase two. So phase two pipe is in better condition except for one portion, which is behind the Adult Learning Center in the bottom right corner there, that red section. We've had to close that as well. We're hoping to complete the design of this section in 2020 with construction in 2021. The capital cost to replace this pipe is in the ballpark of $3 million. And that will be in the capital budget for 2021. Next slide. So budget, $50,000 has already been approved for engineering in the 2020 budget. So we'll require an additional $116,000 to complete the design and for contract administration and inspection during construction. The engineer's estimate for this work is $2.3 million, and we're proposing to fund this through the Linear Life Cycle Reserve Fund, which currently has a balance of $4.1 million. We have applied for funding for this project through the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. We've applied for $1.7 million. Unfortunately, the results of that funding request will not be available until the fall, and any monies cannot be spent retroactively for 2020 work. But we can use that money for the 2021 phase two work. So that's the end of my presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Velick. Are there any comments or questions from members of the public?
I don't see anyone's hand raised, so I will say no at this time.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Clerk. Then I will turn it over to Standing Committee. Questions or comments? Mayor Saunderson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to John. John, I understand that I mean, I think we have to move forward with this given the state it's in. My understanding is we had it budgeted. We're just pulling it forward in terms of the year that we're incurring the cost. But just a follow-up question on the grant that we had applied for. We can't apply it to any money spent at the time the grant is considered if we are successful. Do we have an idea of the total cost of phase 2 at this point?
Going to be approximately 3 million.
For phase 2 or for the whole thing?
For phase 2.
Phase 2. So the full 1.7 that we've applied for could be used in phase 2 as well then?
It will be fully utilized, correct?
Okay, that was my question. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. Councillor Hamlin.
Yes, of course, we have to proceed with this. I just have a question. Of course, the trail that's so widely used by our community runs along the west side of where all this work's going to be taking place. Will the trail be able to remain open while this work is being undertaken?
Through the chair, we'd have to look at our construction staging plans, but I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlin. I had one question myself, and we're talking that this will be funded out of reserves, life cycle reserves. I'm just wondering, the the Strategic Initiatives Committee just received an update on reserves last week, and I'm just wondering if this expenditure was contemplated in that presentation.
Through the chair, I'll have to defer to possibly Director Selma or CAO Skinner.
Yeah, through the chair. I cannot remember specifically if Treasurer Leonard had already allocated this from the life cycle reserve, but as Mayor Saunderson had mentioned, right, for one portion where the cost of the project was considered in future budgets. So I think the numbers that she presented you would not would be the remaining the life cycle reserve balance prior to taking prior to utilizing these funds.
Okay, thank you. I see CAO Skinner nodding her head. Okay. Oh, Director Slum, did you want to add or?
Yeah, I was just sorry. I was just going to do a follow-up, which is we have confirmed with Treasurer Leonard that we can use, there is sufficient monies in the Life Cycle Reserve Fund to cover the full cost of the project.
Right. Thank you. And hopefully we'll be successful in receiving grant money for at least for phase 2, because there's no argument it must be done. So I'll read out the motion. Moved by Deputy Mayor Hull and seconded by Councillor Jeffrey, that staff report PW 2020-11 be received and that Mayor and Council authorize the emergency advance expenditure of $2.536 million for the design and reconstruction of phase 1 and the design of phase 2 of the Minnesota storm sewer. And I will call the vote on that motion. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Director Slama. And don't go away because I think the next one is for you too. PW 2020-12, the Osler Booster Station Encroachment Agreement.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I also have Environmental Services Manager Heather McGinnity. She's with us this evening and she will guide committee through the presentation on the staff report.
Thank you.
Hi, yes, good evening. Let me just get my video going here. Great. So tonight I just wanted to bring forward an updated encroachment and road use agreement for the Osler Bluff Booster Pumping Station for Council's consideration. So the Osler Bluff Booster Pumping Station is a small booster pumping station located on Osler Bluff Road, or County Road 34, approximately 1.5 kilometers south of Highway 26. This pumping station provides drinking water to customers in the southern area of town, in particular the Mare Mills Subdivision and Scandinav Spa. And it also provides water to the town of Blue Mountains as per our water agreement with them. This facility is located entirely within the road right-of-way for County Road 34, as it was supposed to be a temporary solution to service these customers. And staff are currently working to finalize a permanent pumping station design for Stewart Road. And when this is commissioned, the Osler Bluff Booster Pumping Station can be converted to a pressure reducing valve. The encroachment and road use agreement with the county for Osler Bluff Booster Pumping Station has lapsed. Since this booster pumping station will be required for several more years, a longer term agreement is being considered. This will allow staff time to design and construct the new booster pump station on Stewart Road and convert the Osler Bluff Booster Pumping Station to a PRV. Once this is completed, an encroachment agreement will no longer be required. So upon receiving endorsement of the updated encroachment agreement from council, staff will coordinate paying the required administration fees to the county, and county staff will obtain the required endorsement of the agreement from county council. And that's it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Quick and to the point. Are there any comments or questions from members of the gallery?
Anyone wishes to speak to this item, if you can please raise your hand or put a comment in the chat section for me. And it doesn't look like anyone's wanting to speak to this item.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. Standing Committee, comments or questions? Mayor Saunderson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just through you to Heather, just to confirm that the administration fees and other fees are $7,500 one-time payment for the 10-year term, and they're not annual.
Through you, your chair, yes, that is correct.
Good, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I had one question, and it was in regard to the wording of the agreement, and specifically item 4.4, damage. And what it says is that the county has no liability for any damage that would be done to this pumping facility. So I'm just wondering if that is any kind of an exceptional clause, number one, and what kind of damage could actually happen. And I'll direct that to Heather or Director Slama, whoever is able to answer.
Yeah, no, certainly. So I would say that's a pretty standard clause. Any construction on county right of way, they wouldn't want to accept any responsibility for any damage. So it could be from plows, could be from vehicle accidents, things like that, that could run into our facility. So they're not accepting any liability if any damage would occur from any incidents such as those.
Director Slama.
Thank you, Chair. I would just add that this booster station has been at the location for quite some time, and knocking on wood, right? I don't think we've experienced any damage, but certainly, as Manager McGinnity has mentioned, right, it's a fairly standard clause for this type of agreement.
Okay, thank you. All right then, if there are no other questions, I will read in the motion. That mayor and that would be moved by Councillor Jeffrey, and seconded by Councillor Hamlin, that staff be authorized to finalize the encroachment and road use agreement for the Osler Bluff Booster Pumping Station, and that council authorize the mayor and clerk to execute the encroachment and road user agreement for the Osler Bluff Booster Pumping Station upon the final recommendation of the Director of Public Works. I'll call the vote then. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, next item, 6.3, PW 2020-13, Riverside Townhomes Subdivision Agreement Amendment. And I believe that will be addressed by, I don't know, is that planning or is that works?
Madam Chair, it will be Manager Velick who will speak to this staff report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy, and through you, Councillor Doherty. Next slide, please. So the Riverside Townhome Subdivision is located in the northwest corner of Peel and Collins Street, across from the Riverside Park. Next slide. The existing train trail and river trail surround the development. Next slide. The proposed trail in red would attempt to provide a direct linkage with the trails through 2 open space blocks. However, we've received correspondence from 2 residents requesting for the removal of the trail. The developer has also agreed with the residents' reasoning and has made a formal request to the town to have the trail removed. Staff have reviewed the request and agreed that the trail is unnecessary, and there's multiple issues. Next slide. So there's multiple reasons why we don't think this trail is necessary, and impediments as well. It would require significant tree removal to extend the trail all the way to the river trail. There's also a water crossing in there. It's not a stream or a river, but there's a stormwater conveyance route for more major storms. So we would need to build a structure over top of that, which would be quite expensive. Next slide. Secondly, the trail creates a mid-block uncontrolled crossing across George Zubek Drive, and this is not a preferred location for a pedestrian crossing, especially on a corner like that. Next slide. Thirdly, the subdivision is already well served by existing trail access points at Peel and Collins. All the homes within the subdivision are within 200 meters of these existing trailheads, so there is no need for this extra linkage. Given the above, the staff would support the removal of the trail and the amending of the subdivision agreement to facilitate the change. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Velick. Okay, any questions from members of the public? Okay, seeing none, I'll turn that over to committee. Questions or comments, committee? Councillor Hamlin, then Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Velick. I have 2 questions. My first one is, has the Trail and Active Transportation Committee weighed in on this request?
Yes, I believe so.
And what is their view?
They have no issue, sorry, through the chair, they have no issue because of the other 2 trail access points in relative proximity.
And my second question is, what happens to the open space blocks that were set aside in the subdivision originally?
So they become property of the town, and the Parks Department would maintain those blocks.
How, sorry, can you just tell me, like, will they be accessible then to the public? Are they wide, or what will they be?
They won't, through the chair, they won't be parks. They'll just be open grassed areas. I'm not sure as to the level of maintenance, but they will be mowed and maintained by the town.
Will they be fenced as well? Through you, Madam Chair, will they be fenced?
Through the chair to Councillor Hamlin, no.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sent my heads up question to the wrong person. Sorry about that, John, or you would have had my question ahead of time. I guess similar maybe to Councillor Hamlin's question, and I guess if the appropriate committees looked at it. But in our OP, we refer to the importance of extending and expanding our trails. And we often refer to the walkability of a development. And I didn't see anything else in our drawings that showed another pass-through area between the blocks. And I guess I just didn't see anything that convinced me that we really needed to not do it. I don't know. If it's going to sit there and do nothing anyway. I mean, the other thing we also say is we're not going to prioritize vehicles. We're trying to prioritize pedestrians and give them other areas and green space or whatever. By saying I guess the curve complicates it, but they're asking at a point when there's no alternative now to putting it through in another area that would make sense. So I'm just wondering why we would have put it there to start with. So I just didn't really see anything in the report that made me think we should change anything, that we should just keep it. I guess it's not really a question, it's just a comment.
Director Slama or Manager Velik, or would you care to comment on Councillor Jeffrey's comments?
I would say a few words. Thank you, Chair. So I think the way it is now, it is a trail to nowhere. And I think that it will remain under town ownership. And, if in the future, right, there's ever, Parks decides to proceed with that connection to the trail, right, that opportunity, I don't see that opportunity being taken away by this, but right now, it's not really serving a viable purpose.
Thank you, Director Slama. Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you for the response.
Deputy Mayor Hall, did you have a question or comment?
Thank you. I sort of along the same line of Councillor Jeffrey. In that particular area there where you've got the train trail and then you've got the siding trail, over a period of, I'm going to say maybe 20 years, residents within that area have forged their own trails. And if you start looking around, you'll notice that there are additional trails. The reason I mention that is that I just see that if we're not going to proactively do something over a period of time, the community as a whole will find a way to somehow pioneer that as a trail. And the part that was missing to me in that presentation, though, is that you have two connecting points. So you've got the one that goes from the neighborhood to the old rail line. And if memory serves me correct, right at that point, the rail line is actually still in place, the physical rails. And then you'd have to create a connecting point from there to, the train trail, I guess, or to the siding trail if you went north from there. Because I'm not sure that we want to, I'm thinking more from a liability standpoint. I'm not sure that we want to be creating a trail that would go from the neighborhood to the rail line and then it doesn't go anywhere from there. And then having people on the rail line. So, I mean, I understand the rationale. If we're not going to do something, then I think that one thought would be is the builder, I apologize, I'm creating a dog's breakfast out of nothing. I'll get to the point. Is the builder putting in fencing similar to the other subdivisions behind these particular homes? And if yes, would they simply run the fence between the house that's on the south to the house that's on the north, creating a barrier on the west side? So the green space would be open from the street, but it would be closed from the west side.
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor Hall, yes, there will be a fence between the development and the railway lands. So what you said is correct. It will be open to the roadside, but there will be a fence between the rear of those open blocks and the railway lands.
So if I had just asked that, I could have saved myself 5 minutes. So thank you. That's perfect.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hamlin.
I just wanted to follow up, Madam Chair, on what Deputy Mayor Hall was speaking about, and that is the fencing and what's going to happen with this piece of land. So through you to Mr. Vellick, I was wondering, so the fence at the west side, there will be a fence at the west side to prevent people going onto the rail track. Is there any reason why we can't ask the developer to fence the sides that abut the two properties? Because I would like it, who knows what the future will bring for us and how long the rails will be there. And, you know, we can't look ahead too much further than, you know, a few years at a time. And I like the idea of having it fenced from the neighboring properties so that it's clear that it's the town's land. Because I suspect that over time, you know, normal residents would, you know, move into that space and use it. And we will feel more uncomfortable in the future taking it back. Is that a possibility for us to consider?
Manager Vellick,
Yes.
you going for that?
Through the chair, I mean, that's a discussion we could have with them. It's not currently in the subdivision agreement. They're not currently required to do it, but I suppose we are amending the agreement right now. So I suppose we could go back to them and ask for that fencing. I suppose they could always just say no and not do any of this. But that's something we could explore.
Mayor Saunderson. Oh, sorry. Did you have a follow-up comment, Councillor Hamlin?
Yeah. I was going to say that it would be unusual that a fence wouldn't be there as part of the agreement. And I have actually just have a note I've received from someone who's on the Trails and Active Transportation Committee who's indicating that the fence is already there. Perhaps this would be something, Manager Vellick, would you be able to check before this matter comes to council? Through you, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
through the chair, yes, I can look into that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Saunderson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I appreciate the discussions that are going on, but I also appreciate the, I guess, the proactive considerations going into this because we are investing money in a urban forest management plan, and the idea of taking down trees for a kind of a nub-end trail to nowhere, I think makes a lot of sense. It doesn't mean that in the future it couldn't be pursued. The lands are town lands if it was required, but for the time being, I certainly see the wisdom of this and I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my other fleeting thought was that, you know, given Councillor Hamlin's, you know, maybe there may be some future use, maybe not. This would have made up part of their parkland contribution for that subdivision. Whatever the value of that in their parkland would be, maybe they should just buy it back and we put it into parkland to put somewhere else that we can use it.
Through the chair, this was never part of their parkland contribution. I would have to double check, but these are stormwater management blocks.
Oh, sorry, I didn't pay attention. Sorry.
Yeah, so these would not be part of their parkland contribution.
Okay, through the chair. Thank you.
Councillor Hamlin, did you have a question or comment?
Through Madam Chair to Manager Vellick, I just wanted to follow up on our mayor's comment that about the trees, and I had understood, and maybe incorrectly, but that if the fence is already there, and maybe we have to put a fence at the west end of it, there would be no need for the trees to come down that your report indicates would be a problem if we put a trail through. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm through the chair. I'm not following.
I was just, the mayor's indicated that that if what we were to do is to put in, I'll say, the west part of the fence, assuming the two fences are along the abutting property owners, the only thing that would have to happen is a piece of fence at the west end of it.
Yeah,
What-
if I can clarify, Madam Chair, I was talking about actually building the trail, not the fence.
Oh, building. Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other comments, I would like to make the comment that I actually feel that this is a great opportunity for us, having made the decision not to pursue a trail per se, that we could use some of our allocation of trees that have been generously donated to us to enhance that space between the road and the trail, and also to perhaps make our first sojourn into the notion of a pocket park. And I hope that that is something that we can pursue and still manage to maintain. Okay, if there are no other comments, then I will read in the motion. Moved by Councillor Hamlin and seconded by Mayor Saunderson, that Mayor and Council receive staff report PW 2020-13 to revise the Riverside Townhome Subdivision Agreement, and that Council authorize the Mayor and Clerk to execute an amending agreement to the Riverside Townhome Subdivision Agreement by enacting and passing the attached authorizing bylaw. I'll call the vote then. All in favor? And opposed, if any? Thank you. Noted. Okay, next item. The parking bylaw amendments. Report number P 2020-13. And I believe that that is Director Farr that'll be covering that for us.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of committee. This is a report that expands on, clarifies, or adds provisions to the bylaw dealing with parking in the community to assist with management of parking. And tonight I have with me from our Bylaw Services Division, David Zeenstra, who's put together a report for you tonight. And he's going to walk you through a presentation.
Good evening, committee members. This presentation's to the Development and Operation Committee is with regard to the proposed parking bylaw amendments, as Director Farr has mentioned. The purpose of the report in this presentation is to provide some additional context with regard to the amendments. The current bylaw was passed by Council in 2003 with various amendments that have been passed since that time, the last being in 2016. Since that time, our town and neighborhoods have changed, which requires us to continue to update our bylaws to address the needs of today and tomorrow. The presentation, which I'll be reviewing with you, works through the staff report in order. Some items within the report itself are not included within the presentation if they're included as administrative updates to the existing bylaw. I will review these items at the end of the PowerPoint if you have any additional questions as well. So prior to this report being provided to committee, it had been reviewed by the department heads and notice was also provided to residents who would have been impacted, specifically by the amendments to Schedule A, which is the no parking zones. Staff, we had sent letters to residents in late June requesting feedback on several areas that would have impacted them. Additionally, staff provided notice to all residents of the town by posting the proposed amendments on social media. That includes Twitter, Facebook, as well as posting an ad in the July 2nd newspaper. So while soliciting feedback, the bylaw department received tremendous response, speaking in terms of both numbers of responses, as well as quality of each response, including ideas being brought forward to staff and committees to contemplate. It's evident that these parking issues are definitely top of mind for Collingwood residents and their individual neighborhoods. So two areas that have since been revised in response to the public input includes neighboring streets surrounding the Sunset Point Park, as well as Oliver Crescent, which is accessed off of Raglan Street. All of these streets have seen overflow parking issues for the past several years, this year being the worst, potentially due to COVID and some closures of neighboring parks and beaches. So I'll be reviewing what was originally proposed and sent to the neighbors of these areas that was proposed as of June, and what is being presented to committee today after we've received those comments and updated the report. So next slide, I'll begin with access aisles. So access aisles are defined in the AODA as the space between parking spaces that allows persons with disabilities to get in and out of their vehicles. So I've added two photos here just to give you a sense of what I'm speaking of. So the bottom photo, you can see the pavement markings a little bit. The vehicles about halfway in the space and halfway on the access aisle. Prior to this photo, there was a vehicle fully within the parking space. The photo up top shows a large SUV, which is fully within the parking space, the accessible parking space, and immediately next to it, a small vehicle parked within the access aisle, ultimately impeding the access to the vehicle. So we'd be looking to add violation as well as definitions for this to assist in keeping these areas clear and barrier free. Next slide. Public or private driveways. So complaints have been received with regard to vehicles obstructing ingress to and egress from private driveways. I've attached a couple photos for your reference. These are just a couple incidences that we've been called to and have observed throughout town over the last couple of years. These complaints are not always focused on the downtown areas. Rather, they do come from all areas of town. And in many cases, vehicles, as you can see, they're not directly in front of, but rather they're just very close proximity to the driveways, sometimes within inches or feet, which do obstruct the access, whether they're coming in or exiting the driveways. So in general, bylaw enforcement officers have taken a 1 meter approach. So from the edge of your driveway, if you're 1 meter on either side, you would be potentially obstructing their access. If you're beyond that 1 meter, it would be reasonable that you can access the driveway. So this change to the wording to this violation, adding the 1 meter threshold, is to add more clarity to all the public, as it's a measurable distance and it's less of a judgment call from the enforcement officer. Next slide. So within this report as well, there's provision to allow for the implementation of emergency and special event parking. So as we're all aware, the town has hosted many special events and celebrations throughout the year. This includes events such as the weekly farmers market, Canada Day celebrations, Side Launch Days Festival, former Elvis Festival, and private events at many of our local parks and the waterfront. One impact from hosting many of these events is the reduction of on-street parking. On-street parking is important for the events to function. However, this must also be balanced to ensure it is done so safely to allow emergency vehicle access. Currently, if staff observe an issue that has or is about to become a safety concern, temporary measures such as barricades and or pylons could be installed. I'm sure some or all of you have recently seen along some of the residential streets around Sunset Point, physical barriers that have worked great to reduce the parking in those areas. However, if a vehicle does park within those areas, additional signage in a specific violation for park in a designated emergency no parking zone would provide a clearer violation and allow the vehicle to potentially be removed if required. Again, a clear violation is preferred over a judgment-based offense, such as obstruct traffic, which could be interpreted differently to each individual. Staff who would be able to enable these provisions would be the fire chief and the director of public works and engineering and or their designate. Next slide. So I'll work my way through Schedule A amendments. So there's various streets included within the Schedule A amendments. These amendments to these specific areas is what I had referred to earlier, letters being sent to notice residents. So on Robinson Street specifically. So staff have received several complaints regarding vehicles parking on both sides of Robinson Street. This ultimately leading to narrow throughway for traffic. Without a clear no parking zone, staff are limited to the enforcement action we're able to take, as sometimes it's unable to determine who was parked there first opposite the vehicle. Parked vehicles are typically observed on the west side of the street as they access Robinson Street from Hume Street. And again, the photos that I've attached to the slides can show you that when vehicles are parked on both sides, it does reduce that traveled portion of the roadway, but it is not a seasonal issue. So next slide, please. This shows a few photos from the summer, spring, fall seasons, which do show, again, vehicles parking on both sides, which reduces that traveled portion of the roadway. Next slide. I'll finish on Robinson Street. So in soliciting the feedback, we did receive 11 comments and 1 inquiry from the public with regard to those proposed restrictions. There was a general consensus that some type of parking restriction could be warranted or should be warranted. 3 individuals supported the proposed restrictions I was outlined in the letter, and 7 individuals actually had supported an alternating restriction. To be fair to the residents on both east and west side streets, some indicating that it could be a monthly basis or a bi-yearly basis, 6 months on one side, 6 months on the other. I'm not sure if that is not something that we currently have done in the town, but Public Works and Engineering may have some more feedback on that. So with regard to Wheelhouse Crescent, this is more of an administrative update than anything. The area has been signed throughout the development phases. The areas on North Maple Street has been signed for quite some time, whereas the areas on North Pine, as they've just finished, they've been signed recently as of 2-3 months ago. However, Schedule A is not reflective of this. So Schedule A has not been updated since these signs have gone up. So staff proposed to include these 3 streets, Wheelhouse Crescent, North Maple Street, and North Pine Street, within the amendment to include them within the schedule. It's also to note some of the other areas within that development are private roadways, which are designated as fire routes. 2 comments were received regarding the area, one from the secretary of a nearby condo board, who was in support of keeping those, as well as a resident in the area who is supporting keeping those restrictions. Next slide. Again, this is an administrative update with regard to Niagara Street. So this is north of the hospital and the medical center is right nearby. This is a no parking zone due to the proximity to the paid parking areas at both. It is currently signed, however, it's not reflected in the schedule. So again, administrative update just to add this as a no parking zone. Next slide. Schedule A, 5th Street. So staff have received complaints with regard to vehicles obstructing sight lines, specifically on 5th Street near Ontario Street. Complainants advise staff that vehicles are observed parked on the South Boulevard, that's highlighted in red, and that's at the intersection of 5th Street and Ontario Street. The complainant also reports increased difficulties for ingress and egress from the private driveways on the south end of 5th Street. And again, that's due to vehicle speed from Ontario Street, as well as the added difficulty to and attention required to watch for vehicles and pedestrians at a nearby business. 3 comments for this item were received regarding the area. 2 comments were in support of parking restrictions. Both had actually indicated a preference to improve the existing boulevard with vegetation, whether that be trees as well. 1 comment was in preference to keep the current restrictions, which are none, citing that parking issues to accommodate businesses and the residents in this particular area, as the house opposite DQ is divided into 2 residential homes. Next slide. So this area, this item within the amendment, so this is actually changed once between the time that we had sent out the letters to residents and now. So this is one of the items that I was referencing earlier. So as I'm sure we're all aware, Sunset Point has seen a steady increase in use, particularly since 2016. In previous years, staff have received multiple complaints regarding vehicles overflowing onto nearby residential streets. The one street specifically was Niagara Street. Prior to the onset of COVID-19, staff proposed a no parking zone be implemented on one side only of Niagara Street. So the no parking zone was proposed to be on the west side. So this would have allowed parking on the east side for residents if required, having access to the sidewalk to walk to the park. So this year to date, Sunset Point has been seen unexpected increase in use, largely again due to COVID-19 and closure of additional nearby beaches and the additional restrictions that we've seen at some of our neighboring municipalities. This has caused many issues on neighboring side streets, not solely Niagara Street. So as a result of these issues observed by staff and some of the temporary measures that we've had to implement, the barricades and pylons, what have you, staff proposed to committee seasonal restrictions to include all side streets on both sides. So these seasonal restrictions would be in place from Victoria Day weekend and Thanksgiving weekend. Signage could potentially be installed at the entrance to each street, and that would eliminate the need for signage every 50 meters. And again, this is supported by many of the residents that we've heard feedback from. Many had been in agreement with Niagara Street parking restrictions, but most, I would say, were actually in support of increasing the parking restrictions. So the parking restrictions in this area would limit parking at Sunset Point to the 2 paved parking lots immediately next to the chipper. Two of the recently enhanced perpendicular parking lots by the Black Rock washrooms, two of the angled parking area, as well as two gravel lots. We have one in behind the Enviro Park and one next to the water treatment plant. And again, what I mentioned with regard to the comments received. So overall, there are 28 comments. 3 residents were in support of the restrictions as we had put them, whereas 18 residents preferred the restrictions that we're proposing and greater restrictions. That would include no parking on both sides of the street, no parking to surrounding streets, etc. So that's how we formulated the idea to not only include one Niagara Street, which was the biggest street impacted last year, but seeing what we had seen earlier this year to date, and including the responses from the residents, was we formulated this plan. So next slide, please. So this works our way into Oliver Crescent as well. So Oliver Crescent is a nearby street to Sunset Point. It's located off of Raglan Street. And similarly, it's seen increase in the last several years for different reasons. This area is especially desirable for individuals who engage in water sports, surfing, stand-up paddleboarding, etc. Complainants have contacted the bylaw department with regard to vehicles parking on both sides of the street, ultimately reducing the visibility and the traveled portion of the roadway. So a couple of the photos that you'll see here. The top photo, there's 2 parked vans. The one van is well off the road, does allow some through traffic. The top van is actually kind of half off the road, half on the road still. And the top photo is after we've asked that van to move to the south side. And the second photo, the bottom photo, is just a photo from the other side of the roadway. So prior to this report being presented to committee, staff proposed a no parking zone be implemented on the north side of Oliver Crescent. As you can see, there's trees, vegetation that prevent vehicles from fully pulling off of the road, whereas on the south side, there's adequate room for vehicles to pull off of the road further. So that would allow for better traffic flow and still allow residents to use that water access. After receiving input from nearby residents, we did receive 7 responses and took that into consideration. All responses did request greater restrictions, including both sides, due to the difficulty to navigate that area. So in conjunction with that, as well as the potential for paid parking, that area would be seen as an overflow area. So if an individual wanted to avoid paid parking, Oliver Crescent is really one of the closest streets that they could go to. So at that point, it was suggested to have those seasonal restrictions to Oliver Crescent as well, from Victoria Day weekend to the Thanksgiving Day weekend, no parking on either side. After that, several residents, 13, did oppose that idea, noting that it is a popular spot for locals to visit and especially access the bay for water sports. So 2 items to consider with that. Potentially it's the paid parking aspect, which could impact Oliver Crescent, as well as the local access point. Next slide, please. So Calgary Crescent is a crescent very nearby the downtown. It is narrow. Complaints have been received with regard to vehicles parking on either side of Calgary Crescent. You'll see in the photos there 2 different situations, vehicles parking opposite one another, reducing that traveled portion of the roadway. It's not limited to a seasonal issue. We have observed some issues in the summer and winter months. It's worsened in the winter due to the snowbanks. The proposed amendment's not intended to address parking capacity issues in the downtown, rather, and more simply to provide access for emergency service vehicles. So the proposed amendment would include designating the inner loop of Calgary Crescent as a no parking at any point zone. The proposed amendment includes also the removal of an existing no parking zone on the south side of the southerly intersection of Calgary Crescent and St. Paul Street. When soliciting feedback from residents, we did receive 7 comments with regard to that proposed restriction. There was a consensus from affected residents who were against the proposed restrictions, more specifically against removing the existing restrictions, as it was believed it would provide more parking for nearby commercial businesses. And again, the intention is not to provide more parking, it's simply to provide easy flow of traffic for emergency vehicles. Next slide, please. Schedule A, Cameron Street. So currently, as we speak, Schedule A has Cameron Street between Maple Street and Birch Street identified as a no parking zone. I'm sure some of you or all of you are aware that the Simcoe County District School Board recently completed some improvements to the area to add and formalize some angled parking. Prior to those improvements, vehicles were often impeding the sidewalk. There's a photo on the top there that shows a large pickup truck directly on the sidewalk with little room for children, strollers, children on bikes to get by. Unfortunately, that was a regular occurrence, but the recently enhanced angled parking has definitely helped in that sense. At the same time, where the angled parking was not improved, staff did sign the area as parallel parking only, as it should have been parallel parking only that entire time, as parallel parking is required unless signs or pavement markings provide otherwise. So for this amendment, no comments were received regarding the administrative changes to remove that north side as a no parking zone. Next slide, please. Schedule A, Highlands Crescent. This area was talked about, I believe the engineering department in 2019 did some research on this area as it was requested at that time for a no parking zone. There was complaints received regarding vehicles parking on the curve on Highlands Crescent. At the time, engineering department did not support a no parking zone due to the low volumes of traffic, as well as the low speeds at which traffic was traveling. The engineering department also did some community engagement. They solicited some feedback, and at that time, there's not a consensus within the neighborhood for or against a no parking zone. So we're including this, again, not supported as an amendment. This time around, 4 comments were received regarding Highland Crescent. 2 were against the requested proposal, and 2 were for engineering's thoughts with not implementing a no parking zone. And next slide, please. Side launchway. So this is a late addition to the staff report. I'm sure you're aware that there was a recent deputation to request a no parking zone along this area. We did also receive previous complaints from residents along side launchway with regard to vehicles parking on either side. Again, reducing the through traffic and kind of creating a bottleneck. Limited enforcement abilities when it's unknown to us who is the previously parked vehicle. there is limited what we could do. Additional parking issues, again, to the proximity to the downtown. It is just north of First Street, Side Launch Way is. So as you can tell, some of these streets do fill up pretty quickly. But when they do park on that north side, you can see where that bus is. It does create a bottleneck as well as that truck that was parked. On the photo on the top, this area is Side Launch Way is yet to be developed with no curbs, so the vehicles are able to pull off the road further. But areas where there is curbs, they're unable to do so. So it is estimated that approximately 30 to 35 vehicles could park on the south side of Side Launch Way between North Maple and Heritage Drive. So that concludes the items that I've included within that presentation. Items that are included within the staff report that haven't been included in the presentation includes electric vehicle charging stations. So the town has been looking into installing EV electric vehicle equipment for some time. We did receive some capital funding through the 2019-2020 budget process to try to get that project up and running. So there's some violations, definitions added for that when the time comes. Administrative update to the removal of vehicle section within the bylaw. So this provides authority for removal of vehicles. Currently, there's a provision which only allows a bylaw enforcement officer to remove after 6 hours of the discovery of such vehicle. So this would allow staff the authority to resolve all parking complaints without requiring the assistance of the OPP. The Highway Traffic Act does currently provide the authority to a municipal law enforcement officer for that. No parking zones, no parking on sidewalks, rather. This is an administrative update simply to the term over, to add over. This will address situations where a vehicle is not necessarily parked on, but rather just hovering over or causing an obstruction for pedestrians. Within the staff report, there's provision to enforce parking in the library, municipal library lot. There was a request from the library board as well as the library CAO requesting assistance in enforcing a time limit. They've had issues with vehicles parking in that lot, not providing the appropriate turnover to allow customers to come and go. So a violation would be needed to enforce a time, so park in excess of posted time. Another administrative update included would be no parking in front of fire hydrants. So currently the wording is simply no parking within 3 meters of a fire hydrant. Many municipalities bylaws add within 3 meters to the point on the curb or edge of the roadway. So that addresses when a hydrant's simply just set back from the road rather than right against the curb. And lastly, what I would include is recreational vehicles at Sunset Point Park. So again, Sunset Point Park has been very busy these last several years. The last year in particular, we did have many issues with overnight camping at the park, which is not permitted, as well as bus parking. So the current bylaw in 2016, an amendment was passed restricting bus parking to Sunset Point. The current wording does not provide a specific violation. Staff proposed to repeal the current wording and replace with new wording, which would provide for a violation. Bus parking would continue to be prohibited from the Victoria Day weekend to the Thanksgiving weekend. Again, in addition to the current restriction for bus, we'd be looking to add a schedule to prohibit recreational vehicles, RVs, vehicles for camping, specifically between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. The following day. So that would be intended to address the overnight camping. Currently, signs are erected at the park prohibiting camping. This would just give bylaw enforcement officers, as well as the OPP, another tool to handle such situations. Rather than issuing a Part 1 ticket, we could also issue a Part 2, which is a parking ticket if warranted. So that's all I have. I'm sure there is some questions which hopefully Director Slama, Director Farr, or Chief Building Officer Greg Miller can answer.
Thank you very much, Bylaw Officer Zaenstra, for an exhaustive, very thorough report. I had a note from CBO Miller that he wanted to make a couple of comments, so I'll turn it over to you briefly. CBO Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mayor Saunderson and Deputy Mayor Hall, members of committee and council, and especially the public that are participating tonight. I just want to thank David for his leadership for bringing the report to the committee this evening. This was a result of cross collaboration, I think, with every department within the town to come up with these recommendations for you. So I'd like to thank all those departments. But also like to thank members of our community for providing those comments to us. It gave us a better understanding and appreciation of some of the changes that we have for you this evening. I think it's important that we've heard some of the complaints and concerns, not only just recently, however, this has been an ongoing challenge, especially at Sunset Point. And we appreciate everyone's patience in that regard. COVID-19 has certainly added a significant workload to our bylaw enforcement officers. We've conducted 1,200 patrol hours, and we've had 200 complaints as well as 500 COVID-related files in addition to that workload. So I thank everyone for their appreciation and understanding, especially their patience with this. Anyways, moving forward, we believe this is part of a phased project, if you will. The recommendations, if approved by a committee and of course council, will certainly monitor these changes that we have put in place, especially with especially the changes that address the public safety issue. That's the biggest one. The other component of that is a large number of crowds that we're seeing at Sunset Point, and that's a direct result of COVID-19 and our neighbors closing beaches and parks and so forth. One of the phases after we monitor the changes, we are looking at a pilot project for the September long weekend. And right now we are implementing a parking technology software. And what this will enable our members of our community and the traveling public to pay for parking by using a phone, by using their app, so they can pay directly for that. And that will also enable us to better manage our parking enforcement program. We can introduce pilot projects such as Sunset Point or any other areas of town. So we're quite excited about this. It will give us a lot of leverage. It also allow us to operate in a safe manner and implement with COVID-19. We'll have a direct handling of money and so forth. Anyways, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I just want to make those comments, and I look forward to questions and consideration of the amendments we have here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CBO Miller. So I will turn it over to members of the public. Deputy Clerk Dahl, is there anyone in the public who wishes to speak to this staff report?
I believe there's a couple people that are wanting to speak. First up, Barbara Dixon has put her hand up, so I'll allow her to talk here. So Barbara, if you can just unmute. Oh, yeah, she should be good to go.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and Deputy Mayor Hall, Mayor Saunderson, and honorable members of the council for the town of Collingwood. Thank you for providing me to have this opportunity to speak with you on behalf of the residents of Oliver Crescent, and in particular at the bottom end of Oliver Crescent, where the ford or the causeway, the Pretty River causeway that was built in the 70s for the overflow. We have a number of concerns, primarily safety and liability issues. This is a blind corner coming into the Ford, and thank you to the town for posting the signage to indicate blind corner. Please watch out for ice flowing in the winter. The challenge has been that there's a lot of people speeding around the corner, and we've had up to 20, 25 people sunbathing on the road. In fact, they're using the road as a beach. We've had a number of motorboats launching the boats from the middle of the Ford. And this presents a concern for us from emergency access, as we have a number of senior citizens in this area, and they would have to clear the Ford of all the children and people that are sunbathing to get through. It is also a conservation area. It's designated environmentally protected area. And so we do have some serious concerns with the volumes of litter that are sort of increasing. I go around daily and pick up broken beer bottles and drug paraphernalia. So, you know, the litter concern is troublesome to us. Regarding COVID-19, public health and safety, these social distancing measures are not in place. I know myself, we enjoy going to Sunset Park, getting the fish and chips, and they have the beautiful social circles because that is a public beach, but this is a road and people are using it as a public beach. There's also been a number of trespassing issues, destruction of personal property, illegal fires. You know, so we're concerned about this, and I just wanted to follow through and in particular thank David Zenstra for his very comprehensive, through Madam Chair, I'd like to thank David Zenstra and Adam Farr and Greg Miller for your very comprehensive report on all the parking bylaws, both in Oliver Crescent and throughout the town of Collingwood. And I just wanted to ascertain whether the seasonal restrictions that you spoke to, Mr. Zenstra, are from May 24th to Thanksgiving, whether that would, those are proposed for the Oliver Crescent from the top of the street to the bottom of the street as well. If there is only restrictions at the top of the street, this will actually create a bigger problem for the residents at the Ford because, you know, it'll push the cars down to the mouth of the river. So I just wanted to follow up with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zangstra, would you like to reply? Or would you be able to reply? Would you grace us with a reply?
Yes, through the chair, in response to that question. The initial parking report was intended to address that first curve right at that first bay access point. We had not too many complaints with regard to the Ford further down. If that again is being expressed by members of the community as a concern for area, that potentially could be included if the seasonal restrictions on both sides of the entire Oliver Crescent are not implemented. So what's being proposed currently is no parking zone seasonally from Victoria Day weekend to Thanksgiving on both sides. If that is not passed and it's actually referred to what the initial proposal was, which was just on the north side of Oliver Crescent at that first curve, we could potentially look to add that area as well if it is of concern.
Thank you through Madam Chair. Thank you to David Zenstra. Just so I'm understanding your comment, the seasonal restrictions I guess right now are for the top part of Oliver Crescent, but in light of the concern for safety and liability from the members of all of the residents on Oliver Crescent, might this be a consideration? You know, and I apologize, I forgot to mention there's a number of dogs running around off leash, and we do have fecal matter, both human and animal, in the waters. It is a concern to the residents. Through Madam Chair, Mr. Zenstra, could you kindly comment on that, please?
Sorry for to reiterate what was proposed to council. I'm reading it here. Is a no parking zone on Oliver Crescent from the beginning at Raglan Street to the dead end on both sides from the Victoria Day weekend to the Thanksgiving weekend of each calendar year.
Through Madam Chair, Mr. Zenstra, thank you very kindly for the clarification for the seasonal restrictions running the entire length of Oliver Crescent, and sincerely hope that this will, you know, be in the best health and safety interest of both the residents and also the personnel enjoying the swim in the lake. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else, Deputy Clerk?
Yeah, Madam Chair, there's a person by the name of Vince. I'll allow him to talk.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Vince.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the committee and town staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. My name is Vince Sacucci. Our company owns the commercial properties on the south side of Side Launchway between Huron Street and North Maple Street, more familiarly known as where the LCBO is, where Starbucks and the new Sherwin-Williams is, and ultimately another building that will go on the corner in behind where Rexall is at a future date. I'm mindful of the 5-minute limit, so I'm going to be as expeditious in my comments as I can be, but I'm certainly available to speak to anyone afterwards or during and answer any questions that may arise. We did deliver a letter to the clerk's office so on this matter. So my intention is not to repeat all of that, but rather try to provide some additional context and also limit my comments to really the side launch area. I will note that in Mr. Zenstra's presentation, he referred to that as a late addition to the staff report. And I wonder from that, as one of our points being whether or not that area had been truly a sort of assessed. I would note that both the staff report and the agenda both refers to the residents having been surveyed regarding their views, but not the property owners. Our custom is that usually property owners are circulated with comments in a particular geographic radius in order to provide comment. We, as either Newtack or Cantwell, never received any notice whatsoever of this, which is unfortunate because we could have had a much more fuller discussion about this. However, on that, I would also note that presently there are no residents between North Pine and Heritage. That area is under construction or will be under construction. The only spot where there is residence is between North Pine and North Maple, which account for four residents. So that's by sort of way of background in that particular element. Parking has always been an issue in the downtown. It's an issue in every downtown, and I'm sympathetic with the struggles that town staff and the town councils have to address this. However, looking historically at the development of parking in the area. And by way of disclosure, we had objected to the addition of the third floor where the Rexall building is, specifically because it did not comply with the zoning parking requirements at that time. And one of the elements that the staff at the time and the council at the time had indicated was that in the fullness of time, there would be parking on, and all the drawings showed parking on both sides of side launchway. So we have now looking at that development in place with that in context. We also have a situation specifically there where parking on that particular site is now, or 18 spots are designated to specific individuals. So where a parking bylaw would have required available to the general public, 20% of the parking on that particular site is noted for individuals and not available to the general public. So that pushes that parking onto the street and onto adjoining parking areas. So in looking at some, again, specific examples, I think everybody appreciates the efforts the town has done to improve the waterfront, have access to the waterfront. And as much as we don't like it, access is required by cars. We presently deal with people parking and using the cruise ship on our parking. We have people who on a weekly basis, if not daily, will park at either the LCBO or at Starbucks, remove their bikes and join the trail at that particular location, knowing that their bikes are in sort of a secured area. All of that adds to the already tight situation of parking in the downtown. The removal of these parking spaces all the way along also raises the question of the parking that the shipyard's development would have been required to provide in their development plans. We were not a party to the shipyard's development, so I'm not sure what the specific requirements are, but our custom with any type of development is that the council and staff require parking studies and traffic flow studies to determine what is necessary, not it would be nice to have. So removing these parking spaces takes it out of that particular inventory, and where were the people intending to use these parking going to park? Well, they're going to park in the nearest parking spot, which is going to be on private commercial properties, taking up obviously valuable space.
Excuse me, Mr. Sarducci, I'm sorry, I'm just going to give you a time warning.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, we're down to about a minute.
I could go on and on, but I think you get the gist of it. Clearly, our belief is that the town needs to obviously address parking, especially as it wants to enhance the waterfront, have people down there. It's a people place. It's beautiful, but parking needs to be addressed. We would respectfully request that the section with regards to side launchway be removed from consideration at this time and allow the property owners in the area to make further comments before this matter goes to council. If you, it's self-evident that you ask anybody if they want a parking in front of their house on the street, they're going to say no. That's supported by Mr. Zentra's comments on additional areas, other streets in which existing no parking was going to be removed, and the objections from the tenants were from the residents were nobody wants parking in front of their home. But in order for the community to function, that's why these things are planned in advance. I'll conclude now and certainly be available to ask any questions, to be mindful of the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sarducci. Would bylaw officer Zaenstra or CBO Miller wish to apply to those or reply to those comments? Or shall we take them under advisement?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly, we could read those comments. First of all, just want to apologize to Vince for not circulating that notice to him. That should have been circulated to you. I do apologize for that. We can certainly follow up with Vince and address his concerns and review those as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will remind members of the audience that this staff report will still be going forward to council for final approval, and that will be still 2 weeks from now. And hopefully any of these matters can be addressed in the interim. Are there any other comments?
We have a couple more people in the audience wishing to speak. The next one is Matthew Pretty, so I'll see if I can get him going this time.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, there we go. You should be good to go. You should be good, Matt. We can't hear you though. Sorry, he's just chatting.
Thank you.
We'll give him a minute here. I know that there's a couple of other people, so maybe I'll put him on hold here and we'll move on to someone else in the meantime.
Thank you.
Okay, just for the sake of time. So the next one on the list is George Powell.
Thank you very much.
And I just need to unmute him if I can, or if you can. Oh, yeah, there you go. You should be ready to go, George. Can you hear us?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes, welcome, George.
Thank you, Chair. The issues that I'd like to bring up have really been answered by Mr. Zistra, who I really commend for the work he did. You have to appreciate on the June 22nd notice that came from enforcement traffic or bylaws rather. It was really the basis of the letter that we wrote to you, the chair, with respect to concerns that were voiced by many of the Sunset Point residents. And I just fielded them and fired them into you on July 8th. What happened obviously in July 1st and the week of July 1st was we had as you appreciate, we all know, a major traffic disruption in our area and with parking. We had all sorts of illegal parking and we had tie-ups on the street that were really unacceptable. And traffic enforcement bylaws, they did all they could to put up the parking signs, no parking on whatever. And our recommendation to you was no parking on either side of the street on Niagara and St. Lawrence. And what he's come forward with is no parking essentially in Sunset Point from Victoria Day till Thanksgiving. That we support and we strongly commend him for making that report available to you. One of the issues though that you must consider is when the traffic flowed up Niagara Street, what happens at the corner of the Pretty River Parkway and Niagara Street is there's a serious jam. People have to turn left to get on to the parkway. They're tied up. A lot of people hesitate to make that connection simply because it is a dangerous connection. The sight lines are poor and whatever. Similarly, if you're coming along Pretty River Parkway and want to turn down Niagara Street, you have to wait because of the traffic and because of the jam that occurred there. So I think you've got to really consider putting in a traffic light at Niagara Street. And that needs to be considered. The crosswalk you're considering was taken out at one time, and putting it back. I've talked to people here, and one of the residents has kids that she drives to school rather than lets them rather than cross the parkway. So you've got an issue there. And Parkbridge, I understand, has asked for a stoplight. They can bloody well get out of their place to the north or to the south rather through the exits of there, and they can hit 3 or 4 streets. They can also turn right without any issue. Left is a problem, and they'd have, those that were going to turn left can end up can go out the other way. So that's that one. The other issue that I have is you've got to bylaws has to have it be enforced, have people available to actually do this, not just to 4:30, but later on in the day, because we see a lot of violations occurring there. One of which, of course, was the putting up tents in the park, and a whole slew of things happen. And anyway, so that's an issue. And I would ask that you consider increasing the fines or reducing the fines altogether and make it a tollway zone. And that may get people to understand the facts of life, that you got to obey the no parking area. Just to reinforce what David has done, as an engineer, I look at things like the width of a road. The width of the road on not Napier, but on Niagara, St. Lawrence, and Raglan. I got it. Raglan are narrow roads. Raglan is only 22 feet wide, and St. Lawrence is 24 feet wide, and Niagara is only 20 feet wide. So you've got an issue there, and there's no way that you can have parking on the east side or west side of Niagara and allow 2 lanes of traffic to cross. So you've got to consider that. Okay, so that's that issue. And the other one is the loss of parking, the parking available. I think with it, I know that I looked at the Schedule C for the water plant, and they're showing expansions going into the parking area that you've presently got. So I think that's one area you need to look at the parking and consider, what you can do to improve it. It was a major issue with the residents that we want no loss of green space. So we're not interested in seeing more parking provided in some of the areas, which originally was proposed by Parks. And that was the reason that the Sunset Point Resident Association was started. They were trying to take away park or green space. Okay, so that's that one. And I think the other issue was that one of the residents came to me today and said, I want the parking. As a resident, I tried to go swimming, and they're interested in having something that's fairly close to Black Rock Beach or whatever, and not beside the water plant. So they suggested that the residents be allowed to park closer to the beach area, and the people coming in from a long way off, wherever, they use that the parking lot that David has set up, or the Parks have set up. Anyways, that's really it. Oh, the other one is on bicycles. I heard them talk about the bicycle lane previously, and I mentioned snow, but one of the most major thing is bicycle education. You've got to get people to understand that when they're coming down St. Niagara Street, popping wheelies and doing all sorts of things is not the right thing to do. And I told you that we had a very serious accident with a cyclist that hit a lamppost and on Niagara, was knocked out. bleeding from his ear, went to the hospital. With a cut and ended up with a concussion and a jaw broken in 2 spots and his neck all braced, and he can't go to work. So he was, I think, 25. So anyways, those are the issues. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to express them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powell, for your comments. I know that some of your comments relative to traffic, I believe we still have members of our engineering department online, so those will be taken under advisement. Am I still on?
No.
Yes. Okay, I've lost myself. Okay.
Try stopping your video and then turning it on again.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, brother.
Vice Chair Hamlin, can I ask you just to take over while I get myself back online here?
Certainly.
Thank you.
All right. Deputy Clerk Dahl, are there any other people wishing to speak to the committee this evening?
Yes, I have one and possibly one other one. I think I figured out how to get Matt Pretty going here. So if you're okay, I'll allow him to speak.
Thank you.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay, great, thank you. I went swimming last week at Sunset Point, and it was really nice, actually. The rolling waters, a nice depth, and it's relatively clear. And I understand Mr. Powell's concern. He's a Water Trust Foundation member, and Secret Trails obviously canceled. I walked through there in my duckies, and yeah, it's definitely flowed in. So like extra bicycle walking, there'd have to be a boardwalk installed there to try and make another safer path. And again, about this habitat, allowing habitat to go under the boardwalk so we're not crushing small turtles and frogs and this and that. And that's a seriously needed engineered project. But with parking, what about making a parking app that is showing people the map of Collingwood, what's available to park in their interested zone, lighting it up either green or red, available or not available, and then making like a membership card, like the bus pass, for a month of parking if those people that use the beaches and the bike areas, like the different areas, like in the Rexall and the Starbucks and here and there and everywhere, and the overflow in the Legion and the concerns at Oliver, if we had a red-green kind of vibe with smart tracking for bylaw, we could really zone in with the new technology and just make a welcoming, precautionary map that says, hey, no parking here, but there's parking there, and there's safer areas to walk here and there, and this is EP, and this is beach, and this is food and washrooms. Is anyone working on that at IT? That is my question for Mayor Saunderson. Please and thank you. Thank you for connecting me, and have a good day, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn the meeting back over to you, Chair Doherty.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Mayor Saunderson, would you like to answer that question from Mr. Pretty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I will pass that over to staff. And I see that CBO Miller has joined us, so go ahead, Greg.
Thank you through Madam Chair, and thank you, Mayor Saunderson. Mr. Pretty brings up a very valid point, and I'd like to reassure him and the public that we are certainly looking at improved efficiencies with our parking program. The parking app technology, I know we're limited for time, but I can go on for quite a bit, but very briefly, we are looking at implementing interactive mapping with this parking software. We do have an inventory of parking spaces and so forth. So we will have the ability for the traveling public and the members to interact with this app. As I mentioned, they'll enter their information in, the location of the parking spot and so forth. It also allows the ability for those to top up their parking, what have you. It also allows us as a town to implement pilot projects, if we will, to have paid parking in certain areas of town, maybe for special events. So it does have that flexibility for us to do that. Hopefully that answers your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that has answered Mr. Pretty's question. And actually, before I cut myself off, I really didn't acknowledge to Mr. Powell that his other comments relative to the parking would certainly be taken under advisement. Deputy Clerk Dahl, is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak to this staff report?
There is one more gentleman that intended to speak tonight. He is on the phone, so I'm going to try and allow him to talk and see if he's still available. His name is Steve O'Grady.
Thank you.
Hi, Steve. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Chair Doherty, members of the committee, thank you very much for giving me my 5 minutes of your time to comment on Robinson Street parking between Hume and Hamilton Streets. I am a resident of Robinson Street. I'm going to have to revise a few of my comments, I think, after hearing Mr. Zeenstra provide us with a few numbers, which up until now we really didn't have. I'm speaking for myself for the most part, but I assume other residents didn't have those as well. And off the top, if Mr. Zeenstra is listening, I will apologize. I may not be quite as flattering as some of the previous commentators, and believe me, there's nothing personal. I respectfully offer some comments that might not quite agree with his assessment. I submitted some written comments to Mr. Zeenstra following a telephone conversation with him a week ago today. Hopefully each of you have had an opportunity to read them. Am I close to being right? Or if you haven't, I would encourage you to look at those comments. I won't use up any of my precious time going over those or repeating those. Instead, I'd just like to address the study or what I would call the research that was undertaken to arrive at the current proposal for Robinson Street between Hume and Hamilton. In questioning Mr. Zeenstra about the background, when I spoke with him, he indicated that he had received a handful of complaints relating to Robinson Street parking, and that about half of those were from residents of the street, half non-residents, presumably using Robinson Street as a bypass. It is a bypass. The majority of the traffic here is bypass traffic. Mr. Zeenstra has since now today given us some numbers in terms of numbers of complaints. I didn't have that previous to now. He further indicated on the phone with me that the west side of the street was the proposed designated parking side based on some observations from his department. So my issue is, in the absence of something more comprehensive in terms of the study, evidence-based, and with only 5 days to comment when we received our notification, we residents, it's not very possible to come up with anything that would qualify as reliable, statistically significant data. I can tell you that in my years at this residence, and based solely on my own observations, that parking issues arise, I would say, less than 1% of the time. And these are usually isolated incidents, not chronic parking issues. You know, of course, I can't qualify that at this point with either a definition of what I call a parking issue or with any metrics to support those observations. Given enough time, I could, but I assumed that was, well, frankly, that was the town's job. I haven't seen anything or nor did Mr. Zeinstra allude to something a little more scientific in terms of the study that supports the proposal. What exactly are the go, no-go metrics that the town uses in a case like this? Of the complaints, how many are made by, well, possibly the same person? Is this same person or persons a street residents or someone who's using the street as a bypass? Are they even residents of Collingwood? There's an example of an elderly lady on the street, and her son is a retired OPP constable, and he is very, very vocal about parking on the street, dislikes it intensely, and believes people should be parking on what I would refer to as the boulevard, the grassy area between the street and the sidewalk. And he confronted me in that regard last year when my driveway was being replaced and I parked my car on the street, on the road, insisting I be off the road on the boulevard, and finally insisted I park in front of his mother's place on the boulevard, which I did just to avoid any further confrontation. He was very intimidating. The point is, he's not a resident of Collingwood, although he's, his mother lives here, and he was obviously had her best care at heart. Has there been a risk evaluation? What are the risks? Personal injury, property damage, I imagine, and more important, what are the magnitude of these risks? My anecdotal evidence would be that the risk is low. And if only speed, I know that Mrs. Einstra was not looking at that aspect of this, but I believe a study should be comprehensive. If only speed is addressed, and what I mean by that is a lower speed, I think that the risk would be extremely low, if not negligible. Again, I can't qualify that with any statistical evidence, but I haven't heard any from the town either. I frankly don't support the proposal without further study, something more comprehensive for both parking and traffic and speed. And I would not recommend a change to the current parking on this street. And also, I think that the COVID environment has changed the parking on this street as well. For instance, in recent times, there's been much less parking, frankly, on the street. Mr. Zeinstra provided us with some photos. Yes, I live on this street. I've seen the street exactly as he represented it, but I can provide you with just as many photos showing you no parking on the street, or as few as 2 or 3 cars parked on the street. Even in Mr. Seinstra's photos, though, the street can still be negotiated by drivers. The key here is that people have to slow down and drive carefully in order to do that. We have had garbage trucks, school buses, snow plows, large vehicles that are delivering products to various homeowners on this street for years. And, somehow we manage. I would challenge any of you to drive down any residential street in Collingwood and come upon a parked car on the road. And if there's oncoming traffic, I know exactly what you do. You do what we all do. You slow down, some cases stop, wait for the oncoming traffic to pass, provide a courtesy nod, and they provide a courtesy nod, move out from behind the car and proceed safely. I don't see where this is very different. Excuse me, Chair, just 1 minute. I don't see where this is very, very different. And in this case, and this is very important, the speed on this street is controlled by some of the parking. If we now allow parking on one side only, we're providing an open lane for people who are using the street as a bypass primarily, and invariably that will increase the traffic and increase the speed, which I think is very, very dangerous. Thank you. I believe my 5 minutes are up. I'd be happy to.
They are indeed. Thank you very much.
I'd be happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your comments. Mr. Miller or Mr. Zeinstra, do you have a comment in regard to these remarks?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I apologize. I didn't catch the individual's name on the phone right now. I do apologize. With respect
Mr.
to,
O'Grady.
thank you, Mr. O'Grady. With respect to the parameters that we use, we did not use a risk-based assessment, if you will. We gather comments, and we also had concerns from engineering and public works and what have you that are experts in traffic and so forth, as well as the OPP, and really just some on the street observations with the members of the community. What did come out of this exercise was the need for us to come up with some parameters such as that. For instance, this past year, we have received a number of concerns and requests to amend the bylaw to introduce no parking. And so we are looking at how we can implement the policy in that regard, and further to your point about that. So anyways, hopefully that answered your question.
And to further clarify through the chair, so I'll just point that within the first package that was sent to council with public comments, the email sent by Mr. O'Grady was included in that first package.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Deputy Clerk Dahl, is there anyone else wishing to speak to this report?
There's nobody else in the audience wishing to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So at this time, I will turn it over to committee. Any comments, questions from members of the committee? Councillor Jeffrey and Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, a couple of comments, because I have had opportunities to speak with people, and I with respect to the Highland Crescent recommendation and situation, when I was chairing development and operations, that had been referred to the traffic calming process. So I'm not sure about the relationship between the traffic calming and the bylaw amendments that came up tonight. I guess I would support putting in that no parking zone for the safety reasons, but I guess I had a bigger picture in mind that we wouldn't just treat one bend as one off. I mean, we already had a situation tonight where we didn't want a trail coming off into a curve. So I don't know why we would want people backing out of their laneway on a curve with visual challenges of vehicles parked on the side of the road. So I'm kind of getting mixed messages. And then again, with respect to Robinson Street, I certainly wouldn't challenge our emergency services in that if there's a constant issue for them on that street, but you can drive down any street. I've been down Peel Street today and yesterday, and sometimes it's worth your life the way people drive around vehicles, but we can't, either we're going to be consistent or not consistent, and so I guess CBO Miller's already alluded to, we do need to come up with those parameters. So I'm thinking that Robinson Street would also again be part of that traffic calming consideration, as opposed to one-offs for specific streets. And then I think when all was said and done, I think I'm clear on Oliver Crescent, but I guess my question is it the only safe place for the people we heard from to participate in their water sport? Is there another place for them to go for that? And then my last question would be, do we have the ability in this, when we get to the motion, to sever out Highland Crescent, Robinson Street, and Oliver Crescent to vote separately?
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of my concerns for several of these items is that we're taking parking away from where it might otherwise be needed. And I am very mindful of Mr. Sakuchi's comments. He is the commercial property owner on Side Launch Way who did not receive notice of the discussions being held and the opportunity to comment. So with that specific item, I would like to defer the Side Launch Way for further, or ask that it be deferred for further discussions. There are a lot of parking spots that would be eliminated if the north side of Side Launch Way was restricted for parking. And if that road was originally conceived as a spot where there would be parking on two sides, I think that we should be allowing our planning staff an opportunity to have a look at that. And if the problem is that there's not good visibility in some areas, maybe there's some other kind of resolution, and I'll just throw this out. You know, we don't allow parking in specific little areas along the north side of Side Launch Way. But it seems to me we just need to have a closer look at this and give Mr. Sakuchi and the other commercial property owners a chance to have their input. So I'd be asking for that to be deferred. Secondly, I am concerned about moving in our bylaw from just not allowing people to obstruct driveways by where they park to having a meter distance on either side, because that will, I believe that 2 meters, which would be the entire distance, is about the space for parking a car. And if that is imposed around our town, I would just like to have an understanding of what the impact is on the number of parking spots we would lose in critical areas. And maybe I'll ask staff that question right now, if through you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure whether it will be Mr. Zanstra or Ms. Slama that will be able to answer that question for us. And it looks like Director Slama is up for it.
Through the chair to Councillor Hamlin, I can provide some comment, and maybe David would like to add to it. So definitely imposing the 1 meter no parking from driveways is going to reduce available on-street parking. We haven't looked at specific numbers across the town. It would be time consuming, I guess. Like, it would be intense. It would be, time consuming to determine it. So if there was particular, maybe if we could narrow it down by looking at some of the in particular proposed parking restrictions for certain streets, like you have identified Side Launch Way, but there's not too many driveways on Side Launch Way. Are there other specific streets that you were thinking?
Well, of particular concern to me is neighborhoods where we have a lot of homes that are close together, like townhomes, because the frontages are, usually fairly small. And so any reduction of parking may eliminate all visitor parking in those communities. So I'm worried about those areas in particular. And also I just want to know, the current bylaw, I guess, just says you can't obstruct a driveway. Is there, I'm sort of weighing in my mind, is it really necessary to be having a specific distance on each side that we need? And do we have enough flexibility to just keep the status quo?
Through the chair. So what I can suggest with respect to number of lost parking spots is that we can provide some kind of like we can look at some general areas and kind of give some general comments, and we can do that before the report goes to council at the end of the month. And I'll defer your second question to David. He might have a better comment on how other municipalities consider this delineation of a distance from a driveway.
Thank you.
Yes, through you, Chair, to Councillor Hamlin. It certainly isn't a common practice to have one or the other. Different municipalities go for different rules, whether it's just simply obstructing a driveway or in fact having a measurement on that. What we've found through the complaints and seeking resolutions with the individuals who have parked is in fact that individuals just it's a very much a judgment based decision. So that one photo that you may recall that was in the presentation, the two vehicles on either side of those driveways, tickets were issued to both of those vehicle owners. I believe one of them did come and speak to us and say, I wasn't blocking the driveway. Whereas even a pickup truck would have had a tough time getting in that. So again, is it possible to enforce that? Yep, it certainly is. But it's nice just to have more black and white and some less gray. That meter is kind of what we have used as a threshold in the past, which is why that was what was proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zanstra.
I have another thing I wanted to raise, and that is Oliver Crescent. And I'm very mindful of the remarks that we heard from, I think it was Ms. Davidson, and the residents' concerns down there. But of course, we all receive the letters from our surfing community. And I have to confess that until about 6 months ago, I didn't know we had a surfing community. And I'm so proud of the fact that perhaps we're one of the few municipalities in Ontario where we actually have, suitable water to do that. And I'd hate to see that go. And I know these are not just people who come out on Saturday afternoon, but as I understand it, they are more likely Tuesday morning to say, surf's up, meet you down there. So I really want to be able to take their issues into account. And I noticed some of them suggested a meeting with residents to see if there was some way to resolve this issue. I have thought, could we restrict parking down there to one side of, I'll throw these ideas out, to one side of Oliver, and maybe perhaps restrict it to locals, right? Or do we make it paid parking where residents are free? Maybe we have to have some kind of meter situation, but if you're not a local, the charge would be a lot. I don't know. I just feel that I would if this is the only place, and I don't know that it is, but if this is the only place for our surfing community to have access to the water, I would like our staff to have a bit more opportunity to speak to that community and the residents and see if there's a way to meet that. So I would be asking for that matter to be deferred as well to our next meeting where we have a chance to look at it. And those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hamlin. Any other comments? Yes, Mayor Saunderson.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, I appreciate this has been a fairly intensive exercise and a very comprehensive report. But I do note in the actual recommendation, it says that council directs staff to include provisions for a comprehensive parking study to be reviewed and be considered by council during the 2021 budget process. I'm wondering if staff can just give us some information about what the comprehensive parking study entails and what it would yield.
Mr. Zanstra?
So the parking department comprehensive parking study would focus around the paid parking areas in the downtown. As I'm sure you're aware, we have had a lot of new areas and businesses added to our downtown, and parking has been pretty stagnant until. So we're looking to potentially to see if there's any areas we can add no parking, paid parking to. So that would be the focus of the report. Whether or not we could have included on that them to look at different areas or to potentially seek input for no parking zones or help draft a policy in developing no parking zones. That's to be determined, but the comprehensive parking report would focus solely around paid parking in the downtown BIA.
Okay, thank you, David. As a follow-up then, the description of the paid parking options we're looking at by having the phone app that could be used around various parts of town. Could that app also be used if we had paid parking on certain streets without the use of meters, or like, is it a way that we can then be charging for parking throughout the town on streets if we were to impose paid parking in the other areas, like including Sunset Point Park? If we were to have any parking outside of the parking lot areas, could you do it on streets?
Yeah, so as Chief Building Official Miller mentioned earlier, that app does offer us some good flexibility in what it would offer in our existing downtown area, as well as expanding that to areas outside of the downtown. So it does appear that there would be the ability to transition that outside of the downtown to areas of Sunset Point, if you would wish, or other areas to expand the parking downtown itself without the use of meters.
Okay, and then as a follow-up to that, what is the timeline we're anticipating for the implementation of the parking app and the ability to have the phone?
So the RFP was awarded earlier this year, and we're in the beginning phases of implementation with the successful vendor. They had initial timeline of early September, and we're hoping to expedite that to potentially have a trial option and to see what paid parking may look like at Sunset Point if staff were so directed to.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. If there are no other questions from the committee, I had a couple of questions and comments of my own, if I may. First of all, to confirm, relative to Sunset Point and the parking area that we have currently allocated for residents, that will be sustained through the rest of this summer. That is to say, the parking beside the water treatment plant will remain for residents only. Mr. Zenstra?
Yes, I believe it was last week. There was a committee meeting that did determine that that was successful in our first week, and did happen again last week. So it's to my knowledge that that's going to continue until the end of the season.
Thank you. Also, I share the concerns that have been expressed by councillors Jeffrey and Hamlin in regard to Oliver Crescent. Having been one of those people, as I'm sure the mayor was, lugging large watercraft by hand, way too far of a distance to get into the water, I can certainly appreciate the advantage of parking that's very close to where one would launch. And I'm just, I certainly am cognizant of the number of complaints that we've received from residents in the area. But I'm just wondering if there is a possibility for us to consider, at least on a test basis, that parking be permitted on one side of Oliver Crescent, whichever side is more amenable to it, until we can see what impact that has and if that improves the situation or if it doesn't, and then we go on to the next measure. So I also will ask for this street to be pulled out of our vote tonight. Also, Councillor Hamlin referenced Side Launch Way. While I, as a cyclist, am concerned about parking, in particular at the, trying to trying to think of the correct name for it, where the Huronic is normally birthed. That is a very difficult street to cross as a pedestrian or as a cyclist coming off the public walkway, and I could certainly see that there would be an advantage to eliminating parking on that side, which would be the north side. But hearing comments about the availability of parking elsewhere and the potential impacts on commercial businesses, I would like to also recommend that particular recommendation be reviewed in more depth. Finally, I was hoping that when we were talking about a comprehensive parking review in 2021, that would explore some empirical basis for us to make these decisions on an ongoing basis. Although I'm sensitive to resident complaints and the happiness, well-being, and comfort of our residents is always primary, it doesn't always translate into objective decisions. And I was really hoping that the study that we're contemplating for next year would begin to look at some formal ways in which we can determine when parking restrictions are required. And those are my comments. There's been a request to separate out several streets from this staff report. I will wink at the deputy clerk and ask if we can do that. And that would be Highland Crescent, Robinson Street, Oliver Crescent, and Side Launch Way. I believe those were all the streets that were numbered. Is that, can we do that fairly simply? Deputy Clerk Dahl?
Yeah, I've been kind of debating on how to do this because the motion isn't quite worded that way. Is the intent to gather more information for the council meeting?
I would, well, I won't speak for the other councillors, but yes, for me, that would be the intent.
Mm-hmm. I wonder for our motion if the second paragraph be amended to include at the end of it, pending further review of the Highland Crescent, Side Launch Way, and Oliver Crescent areas, and then staff could bring forward any additional information between now and council to consider.
Sorry, that would be the third paragraph or the second paragraph?
The second, so that council having provided notice of receiving additional input from the affected residents, enact and pass a bylaw.
Yep.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay, so I will.
Like Councillor Jeffrey wants to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And Councillor Hammond.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through to the Deputy Clerk. So would that afford us an opportunity to vote on those items separately or defer them or refer them somewhere different at the council meeting?
Through the chair to Councillor Jeffrey, I think it would give staff an opportunity to look at those areas more closely. And then if council felt that they wanted to separate them out and provide them later on, that could be done at the council table.
Okay, because right now I'm contra-minded on a couple, so. All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hamlin, did you have a comment?
I think Councillor Jeffrey covered it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I will read in the motion as amended with a little help from the deputy clerk. Moved by Member Mayor Saunderson and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hall. The council received staff report P 2020-13 recommended parking bylaw number 2003-62 amendments. That council, having provided notice and receiving additional input from affected residents, enact and pass a bylaw amending parking control bylaw number 2003-62 as recommended by staff and the Development and Operation Services Standing Committee, and having additional consideration for recommendations for Highland Street, Robinson Street, Oliver Crescent, and Side Launch Way. And that council direct staff to review paid parking options within the Sunset Point Park area and report back with recommendations. That council directs staff to include provisions for a comprehensive parking study to be reviewed and be considered by council during the 2021 budget process. And that council endorse the shift from physical to digital parking solutions as soon as practical for the protection of the health and safety of the public, and to realize efficiencies as described in this report. Does that about cover it? I'll call the question then. All in favor? And opposed, if any? There are none. That is carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, moving on. My other screen went to sleep. Okay. We are on to the request to amend construction management plan to close Sidewalks, the Monaco development. And Director Farr. Oh, Deputy Mayor Hall, my apologies.
I'm just going to step away for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I also going to step away for a few minutes.
Thank you.
Perhaps if I can make a suggestion, because I think we're just down to bare quorum now, maybe we want to take a break, 5-minute break, Madam Chair.
That certainly is agreeable to me, Councillor Jeffrey, seeing as it's just us three now. Staff, is that agreeable? 5 minutes? Okay, so it is 8:28. Let's say we will reconvene at 8:35.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready to go live? Deputy Clerk?
Yep, we are, whenever you're ready. We were just waiting for Councillor Hamlin.
Okay, that's great. Actually, I'm just going to just flag the OP review is the next matter after Monaco. So I'm gonna say, let's just do that one and then we'll make a call. How's that?
Okay.
Okay. We're all back and ready to go. Everyone? Yes? Okay, good. All right. So we had left off at report P 2020-14, the request to amend construction management plan to close sidewalks for Monaco development. And Director Farr was going to pick that up for us.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a proposal by the proponents of the Monaco development. Next slide, please. Which is located at the corner of Huron, Ontario and Hume Streets. The proposal by Monaco is to close the adjacent sidewalks. They want to close the sidewalks because they're about to begin to erect the facade that's directly adjacent. And by closing the sidewalks, they'll have more staging space and be able to erect the facade more quickly. They've also indicated that having that additional space in that otherwise tight construction area will help facilitate among their workers. Many people may know that the Monaco was the subject of some concern among residents about how many workers were working on that site and what kind of safety issues might result from the COVID-19. And last, they suggest that closing the sidewalks is a measure that will deal with public safety. So our recommendation is to support this conditionally. There may be some fine tuning that has to be done. In fact, we've asked them to change their construction management plan a little bit, provide more space for snow storage, review the signage plan. I should note that what our goal as staff is to try to make it very clear to pedestrians approaching the corner of Huron, Ontario and Hume on the north side of Hume, just east of this site, that the sidewalk is going to be blocked off. And similarly, just north of the property, making sure that at that intersection to the north that pedestrians understand that the sidewalk's blocked off and they're rerouted accordingly. And last, there was some legal fees that were required. This report's in front of you. Simply the plan is attached to all the agreements, the site plan, hoarding and encroachment agreements, and we had to do amending agreements here. So once we get those things sorted out, the conditions are structured so that you would allow me as the director of planning to be satisfied that those matters have been addressed. I should note that we have emphasized to them that we don't want to get stuck with sidewalks that are blocked for a lengthy period of time. And there's provisions in the agreement that allow us to compel them to remove the obstruction to the sidewalk within 30 days. But I'll tell you that they do think that with this extra space, they can be done the facade. They had said something about May 2021. So hopefully they're sticking to that timing and the sidewalks can be opened thereafter. That's the presentation.
Very good. Thank you very much, Director Farr. Are there any questions or comments from any members of the public? Or
There's no hands raised, so I will say no at this point.
okay, thank you very much. Questions or comments from the committee? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my one question to Director Farr, was that I've seen lots of developments where they cover the sidewalk area. I guess that it would help them with spacing, maybe if they can work above it. I don't know, but I just wondered if it had been considered, or it just won't help them do the things they want to do.
Through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Jeffrey, that's effectively the first thing we said to them. We've seen it as well. But my understanding is that creating that overlapping structure where the pedestrian walkway cuts into that space would remove the advantage of the extra space for erecting the facade. And it's also, like I say, it's a tight area. Our view was that if they could push through and get the facade done more efficiently and effectively with the sidewalk closure and then open it up, that would be better in the long run.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll read in the motion then. That moved by Deputy Mayor Hull and seconded by Councillor Jeffrey, that staff report P 2020-14 be received and council approve in principle the construction management plan by AJT Architects dated May 10th, 2020, and pass an authorization bylaw to execute an amending agreement to the site plan control agreement, hoarding agreement, and encroachment agreement for the Monaco development at 263 Hurontario Street, subject to the following conditions. Receipt of the following to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning and Building Services and the Director of Public Works and Engineering prior to the execution of the amending agreement, which would be provision of a minimum half-meter setback for snow storage from the curb to the hoarding along the Hume Street frontage indicated on the construction management plan, provision of detail for signage to direct pedestrian movements around the sidewalk closure, and 3, payment of related legal fees as required to coordinate amendments to the related agreements. I will call the vote then. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Based on the hour, the CAO has suggested that there might be a couple of these reports that could be deferred until the next standing committee meeting. And these would be the OP update, the P 2020-15, P 2020-17, the private roads in condominiums, as well as the departmental updates. Would the committee have any concern about postponing these presentations until the next standing committee meeting? Okay, then seeing none, then we will skip to staff report P 2020-16, the school crossing guard program update. And I will turn this over to Mr. Harrod.
I think Mr. Harrod might be muted, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Saunderson. So good evening. Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Chair, committee members and members of the public. Hopefully my presentation will be brief. So the purpose of tonight's presentation is to provide you with an update and overview on the town school crossing guard program and to highlight 3 potential options for council's consideration and that will resolve hopefully challenges that have been identified throughout the years. Next slide, please. So Sorry. I like this picture as it captures what a school crossing guard does. Not only do school crossing guards help children safely cross the street, but they help remind drivers of the presence of pedestrians, typically children, and they help children develop the skills necessary to cross the street safely at all times. So next slide, please. So a bit of background. The town school crossing guard has been operating for about 25 years, or over 25 years, I should say. It's been managed by the Collingwood Police, the OPP, as well as the Clerks Department. Since 2006, the bylaw department has been fully responsible for this program, including the recruitment, training, monitoring, scheduling of crossing guards. This is in addition to the other tasks that we do, which would include providing backup coverage for crossing guards that call in sick and enforcing parking regulations in and around schools. This is obviously has resulted in increased service demands on the bylaw enforcement division. As such, in 2018, we undertook a school crossing guard study. This was in an attempt to alleviate some of the pressures with the crossing locations. As a result of the study, the town of Collingwood reduced the number of crossings by 1, and there are currently 9 locations throughout Collingwood. Although the program isn't important for families living in Collingwood, it is not without challenges. Next slide, please. Some of the challenges faced include recruitment and retention of crossing guards. This is our biggest challenge. We always seem to be recruiting crossing guards. Program monitoring and administration. We spend a significant amount of hours on, again, recruiting, training, monitoring, scheduling, as well as providing backup crossing guard coverage. There's also certain liabilities in terms of these types of services. As mentioned in the report, this is not a statutory requirement. However, once the municipality decides to offer a program like this, it becomes liable if it is not implemented and an individual suffers harm. As such, crossing guards need to be available at their assigned crossing locations for their entire shift. Failing to show up or arriving late or early or leaving early could result in potential liability for the municipality. It's clear that there are significant challenges with a program like this, and we do have some options for council's consideration. So next slide, please. First option would be to cancel the program and replace with student education and awareness training. Pros to this would be potentially cost savings, reduction in liability. Cons to this would be public opposition. We've always provided this service. It also may lead to increased traffic volumes in and around schools, as parents may feel less inclined to allow their kids to walk to school. And there would need to be a staff resource available to run the program. If council selects this option, staff would need to engage with the various school boards to confirm the viability of advancing a safe school crossing module within their curricula, and then retain a staff resource to run the training program. Next slide, please. Option 2 is our recommended option. which would be to maintain the program, but make changes to the way it is managed and increase crossing guard compensation. Although it's the most expensive option, this option will allow, will hopefully create a self-sustaining crossing guard program by removing the need for bylaw enforcement staff to fill in, reducing the administrative time and cost associated with running this program, and addressing associated liabilities. You'll have essentially more committed crossing guards, hopefully. The status quo is unsustainable and may lead to program failure and or potential liability if not supported and funded properly. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Some of the changes that are recommended in option 2 would include, well, first of all, the bylaw enforcement department would continue to manage the program, but would seek support and assistance from the town's public works and engineering department. Specifically, they would either develop or work with an outside engineering firm to create a crossing guard location policy, including evaluating new location requests, increasing compensation by paying all crossing guards a minimum of 1.5 hours per shift for a total of 3 hours per day, or if there is a lunch shift, 4.5 hours. This would also include paying casual crossing guards and on-call pay, and increasing clothing budget. We want our crossing guards to be safe when out in the community, because they're working all sorts of weather. Also, as a sort of to help promote this program, we would also reimburse for police record checks and also continue to offer an attendance bonus program. And then the policy would hopefully be in place. The location policy would hopefully be in place by 2021. Next slide, please. Third option would include the cancellation of the program, but to enhance the safety infrastructure. If council selects this option, staff would need to review the various crossing locations to determine what, if any, changes could be made to enhance or improve pedestrian safety, such as installing a pedestrian crossover. Pros to some of these: cost savings, again, reduced liability. Some cons: there's going to be potentially public opposition. Again, this may lead to increased traffic volumes in and around schools. Doesn't encourage active transportation. And again, in speaking with the engineering department, there may be limited areas where enhanced infrastructure could be put in place. Although options 1 and 3 still carry funding costs, which have been identified in the report as best as we could tell, it still needs to be investigated further. Next slide, please. So next up, if option 2 is approved, we would contact school boards regarding the September opening. As things have changed due to COVID. We're going to initiate recruitment of crossing guards immediately. We're also going to secure related equipment and PPE for the crossing guards. And identify COVID-related issues, which again were identified in the report, and seek school board cooperation in joint planning. This will come with this will result in future budget requests, particularly for program funding and consultant studies for the development and implementation of a school guard location policy. So hopefully I was quick. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Herod. That was a fast and thorough analysis. Deputy Clerk Dahl, are there any members of the public who would wish to make comment or ask questions in regard to this report?
There are no hands raised at this time, so I will say no for now.
Okay, thank you very much. Then committee, questions or comments? Mayor Saunderson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Through you to Adam. Thanks for the presentation, Adam. My understanding is that if we go with option 2, that will take, there may be some savings in terms of bylaw time being spent more on proactive other areas of your mandate, so that you wouldn't be managing this program to the extent that you have been in the last number of years.
Through Madam Chair to Mayor Saunderson. Yes, that is correct. It is hopeful that with less bylaw involvement in covering those crossing locations, we can spend more time on enforcement related activities.
Thank you for that. And just by way of comment, given the options, I'm certainly in favor of option 2. We are trying to encourage young families to get into active transportation and walking to school to take pressures off the streets and parking congestion at the schools themselves. So certainly I think this is an investment in making sure that we can provide safe travels to and from school for our children. And that's, I can't think of anything more critical. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. Deputy Mayor Hull, did you have your card up to speak or no? Sorry. Then Councillor Jeffrey, then Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe a silly question, but I mean, they are our most precious commodity, those young folks getting to school. But why don't school boards fund or help fund getting their students to school safe? That's my question. And it might not be answerable.
Through Madam Chair to Councillor Jeffrey. This has been brought up previously. The HTA is specific in terms of crossing guards that they have to be offered by a municipality. So it's not specific to school boards, although I think we'd all wish that school boards would take on some of those responsibilities. But in terms of legislation, unless changes are made, we're stuck with having to deal with crossing guards.
Thank you.
Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, I'm just wondering, I know the problem with retention has been, as I understand it, insufficient pay for our crossing guards, and that this will address it. What kind of raise will this be?
Through Madam Chair to Councillor Hamlin, essentially it would be doubling their wages. Currently, on average, crossing guards are working or being paid for 1.5 hours. So they're just being paid for the hours that they're actually at their crossing. So this will essentially double their pay.
Oh, that's great, thank you. And my second question is, I look at the list of where crossing guards are located now in your staff report. I had thought there was one that was on here, Ontario Street, at the new crosswalk near the bowling alley. Am I mistaken in thinking that?
Through Madam Chair to, again, Councillor Hamlin, there hasn't been a crossing location, or sorry, there hasn't been a crossing guard at that particular location. In the 2018 study that Burnside completed, they had recommended putting some sort of pedestrian crossover at that particular intersection.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you then. If there are no other questions or comments, then I will read in the motion. Moved by Councillor Hamlin and seconded by Mayor Saunderson, that the Development and Operations Standing Committee recommends to Council that staff report P 2020-16 School Crossing Guard Program Update be received, and that Council approve option number 2 contained within this report, effective September 2020, which generally recommends that crossing guard compensation and clothing allowance be increased, a crossing guard location policy to assess and determine the suitability of existing and proposed crossing guard locations be developed by Public Works and Engineering or by an outside firm under the direction and guidance of Public Works and Engineering for Council's future consideration, and new crossing guard location requests be evaluated by Public Works and Engineering or by an outside firm under the direction and guidance of Public Works and Engineering under the terms of the above referenced policy. So I will call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, moving on. We will defer item P 2020-17 to the next meeting of the committee. That takes us to sorry, I had to find myself. Okay, so now we are at reports and minutes of other committees and boards. Sorry, committee. The Collingwood Heritage Committee minutes of June 22nd. Moved by Deputy Mayor Hull and seconded by member Councillor Jeffrey, that the minutes of the Collingwood Heritage Committee meeting held June 22nd, 2020 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. And the recommendation is as follows: that the Heritage Committee include with the minutes the letter of concern received from the ACO regarding the Victorian Annex and forward it to Development and Operations Standing Committee to apply gentle pressure to ensure this piece of architectural history is reviewed and remains in the community. I've probably presented that entirely out of order. However, the reference to ACO is a question in regard to the status of the Property Standards Directive for the Victorian Annex that has been designated by the town of Collingwood now for some 3 years. And I will perhaps turn to Director Farr, who will be able to provide us with further comment on that letter.
Madam Chair, can I ask, are you asking me for comment on the ACO's letter at this time?
Yes, and any potential updates from the time that letter was submitted.
Okay, so the ACO's letter speaks to property standards orders that were issued against the property and the current owners of 400 Maple Victoria Annex. And staff, because this has been asked to us by the ACO what the status of these are, staff were literally about ready to mobilize a consultant to advance a structural inspection of that building. I think it was the week before the shutdown was initiated as a result of the COVID-19. So our response back to ACO had been that we, and I guess it still is, frankly, that we intend to, I guess, remobilize our consultant to affect those property standards orders. The prospect has always been there for a purchaser to step in and advance a redevelopment project for this site. And I gather that the council is in possession of a letter from a prospective purchaser that's exploring the development potential of that property right now. In the event that the prospective purchaser was to advance with the project, the town would find itself with a potentially willing collaborator. That doesn't, I guess, remove the need for any potential purchaser to go through all of the necessary processes to gain whatever respective approvals they might require. But it's I guess, a sign of hopeful optimism compared to the deterioration of that building, and we're interested in learning more about this.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from members of the public? Questions or comments from the committee? Okay, thank you. I just have one. Should this expression of interest not come to pass, which hopefully will not be the case, but that said, what are our intentions relative to our commitment to enforce the property standards order and to implement any immediate remediation of the property?
Madam Chair, there are some details associated with the prospect that I just described that we would take into consideration relative to pursuing the orders. I think we need to be prepared to advance particularly the structural conditions order to assess whether the building is falling into a state of disrepair. As you mentioned earlier, the property has been designated as of last year by council. And there are measures within the Ontario Heritage Act which address matters related to something called demolition by neglect. Mm-hmm. So it's important that we be ready to take the necessary steps for the very reason that you described. The current situation can't be allowed to persist.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, then I will call the vote to accept the minutes of the Heritage Committee and endorse the recommendation. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. We have 4 items on the consent agenda. I understand that item 8.3 will separate that out because of Councillor Hamlin's previously declared conflict. So the general consent agenda includes item 8.1, the Township of Puslinch, support for continuation of Conservation Authority programs. Item 8.2, and this is various letters from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs of Housing as well as the County of Grey for funding for reliable broadband internet access from the federal government. And 8.4 includes NBCA board meeting highlights from June 26. So I'll have a motion first to accept the consent agenda items 8.1, 8.2, and 8.4. All in favor? Thank you. And then item 8.3 is a request for, hello? Oh, sorry. A request for redesignation. This is on the consent agenda, but it also carries with it a recommendation to be referred to staff for review under the official plan review. First of all, just to receive item 8.3.
Sorry.
All in favor? Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think we need to get a mover and seconder for those 2 items just to get them on the floor.
Sorry, which for
I
the
can still move, but
Stephanie
you need a
Madeline?
different seconder.
Yeah, okay, I'll second it. We just need to get
Okay,
the consent agenda on the floor.
Okay, sorry, my
Yeah.
apologies. Okay, items then to be pulled from, okay, now, wait a minute. I'm gonna ask for a little help from the deputy clerk. So should we deal entirely with items 8.1, 2, and 4, and then move to 8.3, or?
Yeah. So I put the motion on the floor, moved by Mayor Saunderson, second by Councillor Jeffrey, that the general consent agenda having been given due consideration by the standing committee being received, excluding item 8.3, and then we can deal with that separately.
Great, okay, thank you. Thank you then. All in favor, like she said. And that is carried unanimously. Okay, so then for item 8.3, I do have a mover. I need a mover in place of Councillor Hamlin, and I have a seconder, Mayor Saunderson. So mover, Councillor Jeffrey then, and seconded by member Mayor Saunderson. That the request for redesignation in the official plan update for 70 Madeline Drive be referred to staff for review. Any questions or comments? Was that a yes or request to speak? Okay, so then call the vote then for 70 Madeline to refer. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Sorry for the confusion. Okay, now we are on to departmental updates. We will defer the update on traffic calming policy, water treatment plant expansion, and the economic recovery dashboard update until the next meeting. However, I believe that Heritage Drive, the safe commuting plan, we will hear an update from Director Slama. And we will also hear an update from Director Farr in regard to Ignora Glass factory. So Director Slama, Heritage Drive.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Chair. So I can give the committee an update on some of the items we've been able to implement on Heritage Drive to improve the safety of the area for our active transportation residents and visitors. So we were able to get some line painting done this evening. It was supposed to be done on Friday, but was rain delayed. But I did get word that it was completed this evening. So that's good news. That will help delineate the center line of the road, and where the park entrance is wide enough, we've also delineated the edges as well. We have installed signs indicating there's going to be some speed bumps along Heritage Drive, and tomorrow Public Works will be installing the speed bumps. So that will help hopefully reduce the speeds of the vehicles traveling on Heritage. And also Parks, Rec and Culture have been working hard last week at the back end of last week to improve the trail and remediate the trail that was washed out. So they've done what they could, and I think that committee and all of council just need to be mindful that this trail in particular is very susceptible to wave action and weather. So PRC has done some good work to remediate it, to make it safer to use for now, and hopefully it will stay for a while. They'll be keeping a watch on it. So with respect to the community, implementing a community safety zone, looking at it as a bit more entailed. So we're hoping that, I think we've been able to very quickly implement some measures that will help the major concerns that we're seeing on Heritage Drive. And we'll just need a bit more time to look at the community safety zone aspect. So we will continue with that. But for now, as I said, our hope is that these speed bumps and the line painting and the improvements to the trail will help our situation there.
Very good. That is welcome news indeed. I see Councillor Hamlin clapping, mutely clapping. Are there any questions or comments from any members of the audience or public rather?
No, there are not.
Thank you. Comments or questions from the committee? Okay, that's terrific. Thank you very much. There's no motion to go with this particular update. We have an update from Director Farr that was not listed on the agenda in regard to the Ignora glass plant, and I will turn that over to him.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's with sort of respect that I submit this request to the committee. We've become aware recently of a proposal by Ignora Glass to add a battery energy storage compound adjacent to the existing building between Mountain Road and the existing building. It's about a 4,000 square foot compound. They require a site plan for this, and the timing of construction that they require would conflict with council's break during August. So I'm asking for the committee's support in allowing staff to take a report on the site plan directly to the July 27th council meeting. The report will still carry some of the hallmarks that you saw early on the Monaco, where there are conditions that have to be satisfied to the Director of Planning and Building Services position. And by doing that, we feel that we can be in a position to issue a building permit, pending, of course, council support. Generally speaking, this matter comes down to an issue of landscaping. Because the compound is directly adjacent to the building and it's in between Mountain Road and the building, it's partly visible. So we're exploring options for landscape screening to ensure that the sort of design aesthetic of Mountain Road is maintained or improved. And just a little more background here that's relevant. This battery storage compound is almost identical to the matter that was brought forward to committee related to the Pilkington glass factory. What it is, there are these companies that build battery storage facilities. What they do is gather power off the grid when the prices are low, and then the company uses the stored battery power to run its factory when prices are high. So there's many millions of dollars to be saved in these projects, and they typically require a fast turnaround, and that's why we're bringing it forward.
Very good, excellent. Are there any questions or comments from members of the public?
I believe Matt wants to speak under the next section of the agenda, public delegations.
Okay, that's great then.
Yeah.
Seeing no other questions from the public, Mayor Saunderson, in regard to this update.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Farr, for that update. That's an exciting opportunity. It's a great initiative. We certainly had the chance to get a better understanding of this type of program from the Pilkington plant. And so I would be quite prepared to move that we push this straight to council so that Director Farr and his staff can deal with Ignora and make sure we can come up with a suitable arrangement to get this thing happening. So I will put that on the floor.
Thank you very much. And a seconder for that motion, Councillor Hamlin. Very good. Any other comments? All right, then, all in favor of advancing this request to the next meeting of council? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, the next section we're coming upon is public delegations with a maximum of 5 minutes per delegate.
Okay, Matthew Pretty would like to speak, so I'll just let him in here.
Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. It's 9:22 p.m. Great meeting. This is my favorite committee, the engineering committee. It's definitely the key component to the town. I just want to share with you all the importance of the COVID-19 public understanding of staying calm and cooperation. The buses, I have a face covering I use on the bus. It's like a scarf, and I wore it today when I went to Walmart, and everyone's wearing a mask, and bus drivers are doing a great job. They're doing well. Here's a question. The 701 is still, oh God, it's got that monoxide diesel smell to it. I wonder if we have the new buses this year. Like, I hear all these projects that were supposed to happen this year being deferred. The main question I ask Mr. Powell, he's a funny guy, the secret trail, will that become a boardwalk? Will the Niagara 26 highway become a full stop light or a crosswalk? That is my question. Thank you. Have a good evening, and I'll sign off. Thank you. 10 for it.
Thank you. So I guess we have 2 questions that could be answered by Director Slama.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Sorry, I missed the first question, but I heard the second question, which was about the Niagara crosswalk.
The first
So that-
question
Go ahead.
in regard to buses, in regard to new replacement.
Oh, the status of the new buses. That's correct. Okay. So I'll have to, we check on our program. Like, we have begun the process of the procurement of the new buses. But I would have to check on any further status, but we have started that process and intend to move along as we've planned in 2020. And with respect to the Niagara crosswalk, that will be a signal. So when people want to cross, they will push the button and there will be stop lights as people cross.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay. Any other delegates?
No, that is it for this evening.
Okay, terrific. All right, then moving on to item 11, other business. We do have a motion on behalf of ACE Transportation Group. And that is moved by Mayor Saunderson and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hull, that council waive the renewal fees for taxi and limousine services previously licensed by the town of Collingwood for the year 2020 and request a staff report be prepared regarding the taxi licensing program, including rideshare services. Okay. Clerk Dahl.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair to the committee, there was a slightly revised motion sent just before the meeting after having further discussion with Director Farr. If I could read it to you, if you're okay with that.
Yes, certainly.
So it's that council waived the taxi cab owners a license renewal fee, annual driver renewal fees for taxi and limousine drivers previously licensed with the town of Collingwood, and new driver license fees for the year 2020, utilizing the COVID emergency fund to an upset limit of $16,000, and a request to a staff report be prepared for 2021 regarding the taxi license program, including ride sharing services. Director Farr could speak to this further, but we just wanted to make it clear where we intended the recovery costs to be coming from and what those exactly were covering.
Thank you. My apologies. You'd think I would remember these things after 6 hours. Okay, Director Farr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a matter that was referred from, I think, the last council meeting to DNO for further consideration. At the last meeting, a couple of questions were raised in response to the initial submission provided by Ace Cabs, and that was, did they participate in the federal government wage subsidy program? And they answered that yes, they did, but it was significantly not sufficient for them, as their drivers were not necessarily paid on a flat rate basis. Additionally, the question was asked because the cab company declared itself as an essential service, so that suggesting that they didn't have an alternative but to deliver the service in the period, particularly immediately after the pandemic was announced. They acknowledged that under the terms of the provincial emergency orders, that in fact that there wasn't anything unique about being an essential service at that time. It just enabled them to stay open. But I think what they indicated they were referring to was the essential nature of the service in the immediate days after the pandemic and the following weeks, where people needing to get to medical appointments, people in a state of crisis needing to be hospitalized for whatever matter, relied on them exclusively for support. And I think the implication was that some of the ride sharing companies were not as, I guess, available to residents at that time. So there's another aspect to this, that initially when the Economic Recovery Task Force was getting together, they solicited requests from different organizations and associations across the community and ideas for their consideration. And Ace Cabs had requested the Chamber of Commerce advance this matter for the task force's consideration. And for whatever reason, that request is not forwarded through to the Economic Task Force. Instead, they've referred it directly to council. So for the various, I guess, supplementing the initial submission that was provided, and considering the manner in which the request was brought forward, staff put together this recommendation for your consideration.
Very good. Thank you, Director Farr. Is there anyone in the online audience who wishes to comment or ask questions in regard to this motion? No. Okay. Questions or comments from the committee? Mayor Saunderson, Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say I'm content to move the amended motion, and I'm good with that. And I thank Director Farr for the background. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Deputy Mayor Hall, you're still content to second the amended? Thank you. Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is about the timing of the staff report that is to come back to us. And my question then to Director Farr is whether we can expect a staff report before the fees are due for the 2021 year by Ace Cabs.
Sorry about that. I just lost the connection there temporarily. The intent is that we come back in 2021. One of the things that was coincidental with Ace Cab's request was a request that the town review its licensing regime. So I think there'd be an expectation that we do that in advance of the renewal fees coming up for 2021. That seemed to be the underlying intent. And in consideration of their request, we reviewed what we understand about the regime, and we thought that it might be an appropriate thing to do for council's consideration in a balanced fashion.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. So we don't have enough money in our coffers to help every private business who did good services and great services to help our community throughout this COVID situation. And I do not believe that we addressed any waiving of fees through our economic recovery discussions. I know we did a lot of deferrals, and I'm very happy to defer and help people out in terms of that and waiving penalties for the need. But I'm just a little anxious about supporting a business. I very much agree that we need to review the situation of the different categories of the service. But I think I'm really opposed to waiving fees for a business. Everybody did their part in trying to contribute to this thing and have done without. So I guess maybe I'm not understanding it, but I don't get it.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Any other comments? Okay. CAO Skinner.
Thank you, Chair. I just thought I would take the opportunity to briefly address Councillor Jeffrey's comment. We don't license many businesses. The other one that we charge a fee for licensing is the mobile restaurants, the food vendors, who in this case, COVID times, in some cases may have benefited from being a takeout business at a time when not as many food opportunities were available. So we didn't look at this as in making the recommendation, and I respect her opinion, whether you choose, Councillor, to vote for this or not. But we didn't look at all businesses. We simply looked at the fees that we were asking for licensing, which were those two in particular. And not to subsidize the business itself, but just to look at the fee that had been paid the municipality. Thanks.
Thank you, CAO Skinner. I'm inclined to support this request. First of all, because it is an exceptional circumstance where a business has to pay a fee and be an essential service, and yet have to operate probably suboptimally from a efficiency standpoint. Number one, and number two, I'm very happy to see that we will be reviewing these fees for taxi licensing in general, because in this sharing economy, times have changed dramatically, and I think we need to make an effort to level the playing field for our businesses in the community. So I will be supporting this recommendation. Councillor Jeffrey.
Madam Chair, if we could just vote separately on the part of the motion to waive the fees and then the motion to go ahead with the staff report, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, and we can do that. Okay, so then I'll separate out the motion. If there's no further discussion, I'll separate out the motion that council waive the renewal fees for taxi and limousine services previously licensed by the town of Collingwood for the year 2020, and the taxi driver fees for previously licensed drivers. I'm paraphrasing that, Clerk Dahl. So all in favor of that part of the motion? I'll call a vote, and that is all in favor, and opposed. 2 opposed, thank you, noted. And the second part is to request a staff report be prepared regarding the taxi licensing program, including rideshare services. Call the vote on that section of the motion. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, committee. And I believe we are winding to a close now. Yes, we are up to the adjournment.
Oh, no. I'm still under other business,
Oh, sorry.
if I may.
Yes, you may, absolutely.
All right, so just a couple of things. Number one, our double poles on streets are accumulating in Collingwood. And I know the second pole for us always gets lagged because we're waiting for Bell or Rogers or some other such service to transfer over to the new poles. So I'm just maybe through to Director Slama, just to ensure that we are applying pressure to those other services to make sure that the transfer over happens and that we get the double pole situation under control.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. So there's little that we can kind of do to speed that up. You are correct. In these cases, it's typically EPCOR is waiting for another utility to transfer their plant to the other pole. But if you know of particular areas, we can reach out to EPCOR and ask about that particular area and what if they have any idea what the schedule is, and do what we can.
Okay, thank you. And then the second, and I'm not sure whether it's for parking or if it's for, I have to find my way to PRC for it, but on the south cul-de-sac of Shannon Court, there is a trail access that is on an incline from the cul-de-sac up to the trail. And the cars park in the cul-de-sac to go to the water feature in the Pretty River there. But a lot of kids come off the trail and go turn down to ride down, and there's vehicles at the bottom and they don't see them soon enough. I'm wondering, the new language I heard tonight was the marked hash spaces. If it would be possible to put a hashed space at the bottom of that stairwell and bicycle thing to block out parking for a section so that people can come down that safely and that we're not blocking access to the walking path.
Director Slama?
Sure, I can review that consideration with Parks.
That'd be great.
Bylaw.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jeffrey. Any other business? Okay, then I believe we are now the adjournment. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Jeffrey, and all in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much to staff. That was a very fruitful meeting, and Chloe says good night too.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night. Thank you.
Okay, go away, go.